Chapter 143. Under the blood-red setting sun, withered vines coiled around the bluestone. Birds returned to their nests and leaves drifted down. Crazy Ole lay on the bluestone, facing the setting sun. His eyes were filled with endless yearning and sadness. 2 lines of tears stood out on his wrinkled face. He used to be an earth-shattering cultivator. 6,000 years ago, he was already undefeatable in the eastern barren territory. But now, he was curled up here, his skinny body shivering. It made people feel pity for him. Senior. Yi Fan walked up and squatted in front of the bluestone. He gazed at Crazy Ole. He felt sorry for him, but he didn't know how to help him. Crazy Ole looked up at him and then at the setting sun. It seemed that nothing in the world could attract his attention. Only the blood-red sun could attract his full attention. That year, the setting sun was like blood and Merak was stained with blood. That day, all things withered and Merak fell. Crazy Ole had lived for so many years, but he couldn't stop crying. His eyes were cloudy. Senior, the past can't be undone. The dead are gone. Let's get over it. Yi Fan tried to persuade him. All of a sudden, the setting sun disappeared and sank below the mountain. The moment the blood-red sun disappeared, Crazy Ole's eyes suddenly shot out 2 dazzling beams of light, piercing through the void. The sadness on his face disappeared, and he sat up abruptly. He seemed to have become a completely different person. He was like a peerless sword that had been unsheathed and revealed its edge, causing the mountain ridge to become silent. All of the birds and beasts were trembling with fear. Yi Fan felt a strong pressure. If he didn't have a body that was stronger than a spirit treasure, he would have broken his bones and tendons. Crazy Ole was right in front of him. He was like a mountain, giving off an unimaginable pressure. Their aura. He gazed at Yi Fan and grabbed Yi Fan's arm. His eyes suddenly became deep. Yi Fan shuddered. This crazy old man was too terrifying. This kind of pressure made it impossible for him to move. It far surpassed any other cultivator he had seen before. He immediately thought of the forbidden land of the remote antiquity, the heavenly jade saintess, the endless skeletons on the 9 sacred mountains, and the desolate slaves. The them that Crazy Ole mentioned was most likely referring to them. However, it had been more than a year. His aura should have been cleansed, but Crazy Ole could still sense it. This kind of terrifying spiritual mind was horrifying. Crazy Ole brushed his hand over his body, and the celestial jade saintess emerged. She stood in the air, her eyes bright and her teeth white. Her body was light and graceful, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was lifelike and almost perfect. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. What kind of divine art was this? With a light brush, he was able to capture a living shadow. This was truly unheard of and unseen. Crazy Ole brushed his hand again, and countless skeletons appeared on the mountain ridge. All the skeletons he saw on the 9 sacred mountains that day appeared. Suddenly, Crazy Ole hugged his head and howled in pain, like a lone wolf howling in grief. Haha. Finally, he threw his head back and laughed crazily. If he didn't become an immortal, he would become a demon. He cried and laughed just like when they first met. He lost control of his emotions, which made people feel pity. The celestial jade saintess was dignified and beautiful. She stood in the air, overshadowing the stars and moon. The endless skeletons emitted a dense energy as if they had really descended. They revolved around Crazy Ole. The scene was very strange, and it made people's hair stand on end. On the side, Yi Fan mistakenly thought that he had come to the forbidden land of the remote antiquity and met the peerless celestial jade saintess and the skeletons again. Crazy Ole let out a muffled growl, then suddenly raised his head and looked at the celestial jade saintess and the skeletons. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, and he actually carved the word Dao in the sky. Then he stood up with his head held high, his hands moving slowly and forcefully. All the figures were carved in the void, forming a huge pattern. Inside, there were countless skeletons, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. In the center, the celestial jade saintess was dressed in white, her black hair flowing like a waterfall. She looked so lifelike as if she had a soul. Behind her, Yi Fan was shocked. He had never seen or heard of using the void as a pattern. Today, he saw it with his own eyes. It was really shocking. Crazy Ole's hands moved, and the aura of the Tao circulated. With a clang, he carved the word immortal on the pattern. Brilliant light shone. The word immortal seemed to have a strange magic power. All the figures in the pattern dimmed, and in the end, there seemed to be only one immortal left. There were only some vague shadows around, and even the celestial jade saintess in the center was blurred. The pattern flowed with a misty aura. The word immortal had endless Taoist rhyme, giving people a feeling that the great Tao was boundless and natural. Crazy Ole stretched out a finger and touched his forehead. The huge pattern in the sky turned into a brand and rushed into his head. His face showed all kinds of emotions. Yi Fan was shocked. What was Crazy Ole doing? Clang! The brand appeared on Crazy Ole's forehead, and the shadow inside became dimmer and dimmer. Only the shining word, immortal, was left. Is he erasing the past, or is he making a deeper memory? Yi Fan was secretly surprised. Crazy Ole's method was hard to predict. After a long time, Crazy Ole finally calmed down. Smack! At this time, he lightly patted the big green rock. Suddenly, a hazy halo flashed, and a mysterious pattern emerged. Undoubtedly, he was sober at this moment. He was not patting the green rock randomly. Yi Fan was shocked. He concentrated on the pattern, and his eyes were filled with divine light. The hazy halo shone on the green rock, and it was as difficult as a ghost drawing. It was as if he had seen it before. It looked very familiar. He had an extremely familiar feeling. Mysterious footwork. Yi Fan was shocked. This pattern was a complicated Tao pattern, very profound and difficult to understand. He had memorized Crazy Ole's footwork, but compared to the complete Tao pattern, it was too far away. This was the real mysterious footwork. Yi Fan was bewildered. Crazy Ole took one map from him and gave one back to him. It seemed that he wanted to call it even. At this moment, there was no time for him to think. He focused all his attention and memorized this mysterious pattern. The hazy halo rushed into his eyes, turning into a pattern and engraved in his heart. This secret pattern was extremely profound and complicated. Yi Fan had only tried it once, and he immediately felt the world spinning. His level was too low, and he could not understand the most profound Tao pattern. This footwork must be a supreme secret technique. He was secretly surprised. Right at this moment, the blue stone shattered, turning into fine powder, leaving nothing behind. Crazy Ole stood up and walked into the depths of the mountain. Yi Fan was shocked and followed behind. Although this old man was crazy, there were times when he was sober. There must be a reason for him to come to Taishan. This was a barren mountain, even more than the humble peak, but it was not the main peak. There was no one from the Taishan sect here. After walking for about a dozen miles, Crazy Ole suddenly stamped his foot, and a short mountain in front of him split open, as if it had been cut by a god with a giant axe. Behind him, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. The power of one stomp was terrifying. The short mountain split in half, like two open doors. Crazy Ole walked straight in. The inside was hazy and misty like a mysterious realm. It was actually a completely different world, like an independent space. Who dares to break into my Taishan heavy land? A shout suddenly came. Yi Fan stopped here, not daring to go further. Several figures flew out from the hazy space to stop Crazy Ole. Beams of dazzling light rushed towards Crazy Ole. It could be clearly seen that there were powerful iron seals, a giant net that covered the sky, all kinds of powerful spirit treasures, all emitting terrifying fluctuations. However, Crazy Ole waved his big sleeve, and all the treasures turned into powder. There was no suspense at all. All the brilliance was destroyed. It was simple and casual. It could be said that it did not take any effort. It was better than taking a stroll in the park. The 7 or 8 figures who had just rushed out of the fog were all shocked, but before they could react, Crazy Ole lightly shouted, and they all fainted and fell to the ground. These people were all white-haired and white-bearded elders of the Taishan sect, but in front of Crazy Ole, they were no different from ants. Yi Fan was shocked. If Crazy Ol wanted to kill people, even the powerful Taishan sect would become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No one in the eastern wasteland could stop him. Crazy Ol strode forward, straight into the fog. Yi Fan was very surprised. Seeing that all the elders had fainted, he did not hesitate and rushed forward. The fog dispersed, and the sky was full of stars. They had all come to a valley. There was an enormous altar here, and there were many Tao patterns carved onto it. There were also many ancient characters that indicated the various regions of the eastern wasteland. The Space Gate. Yi Fan was shocked. He suddenly thought of the two words, Space Gate. This must be the important place of the Taishan sect, the Space Gate. If I can provide enough source to activate the patterns, I can cross the void from here. Thinking of this, Yi Fan rushed forward. If he could cross to the other side of the eastern wasteland from here, it would be a great wish of his. The area where the Taishan sect, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land was located was in the south of the eastern wasteland, while the Jade Lake Holy Land was in the north. No one could tell how far the north and south were. Even if a cultivator could travel such a distance by riding a rainbow, it would still take years of hard work, which was really a headache. Without the Space Gate, the entire eastern wasteland could not be connected. The area was too big. In this area, apart from the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Taishan sect was the most powerful. However, after all, they were not holy lands. The patterns they carved could only reach the center of the eastern wasteland, not the northernmost part. After Crazy Ol stepped onto the altar, he did not use the patterns on it. Instead, he did it himself. He quickly carved extremely complicated patterns, and the entire altar crackled. He just wanted to use the large amount of source here. He could carve the patterns himself, but Crazy Ol came to the Taishan sect to cross the void. Where on earth was he going? Yi Fan was very surprised and wanted to know the answer. I should leave the Taishan sect, but should I cross the void with Crazy Ol? Yi Fan's heart was anxious. Such a peerless figure really made him want to follow him. However, only God knew where Crazy Ol was going. If he appeared in the forbidden area of the ancient wasteland or in a forbidden area like the Origin Ancient Mine, the consequences would be unimaginable. The places where such a living fossil appeared could not be judged by common sense. Chapter 144. At this moment, the sky was dark and filled with stars. In the valley, the sacrificial altar was huge. It was made entirely of Xian jade. The surface was very wide. Crazy Ol's fingers were like knives, carving on the surface with a very focused expression. Stone chips flew everywhere. The complicated patterns were densely packed and deeply imprinted on the jade. It was so profound that it was impossible to understand them. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled down. There was only a rustling sound at the Space Gate. The Xian jade was transparent. Mysterious patterns were carved on it. Yi Fan watched from the side. He wanted to figure it out, but he felt dizzy. It was an endless space that could easily make people lose themselves inside. Senior, where are you going? Yi Fan asked. He felt that it would be very dangerous to follow the old man. Bang! The altar shook. The Xian jade shone brightly. The patterns had been carved. Crazy Ol stood up and stood in the center of the altar. Seeing that he did not respond, Yi Fan hesitated. Should he follow? Senior, I want to go with you. He spoke again. This kind of peerless master was like a living ancient scripture. If he could be taught by such a person, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. However, at this moment, the old man went crazy again. He cried and laughed. He did not respond to Yi Fan at all. Let's do it. Yi Fan decided to follow. He wanted to leave the Taishan sect in the first place. It was no longer safe here. If he was taken back to the Ji family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Fan leaped up and flew to the center of the altar. He stood side by side with the old man. At this moment, the altar began to absorb energy. The source, buried in the ground, shone brightly. Like waves of water, it flowed towards the altar. The translucent jade flickered continuously. The Tao patterns carved by Crazy Ol seemed to have come to life. They trembled and became sentient, glowing brightly. The space twisted and collapsed. Then a dark door opened. The space gate was successfully opened. No one knew where it led to. The deranged crazy Ol stepped in, and Yi Fan followed closely behind. They appeared in the silent void. Nothing could be sensed in it. It was eternal darkness and endless silence. The gate closed slowly. Then, the whole altar began to absorb the endless source energy. Suddenly, the old man screamed. He hugged his head. The immortal character on his forehead shone brightly. A mysterious energy flowed out and wrapped him up. This was a terrifying power. The space became unstable. It began to crack. Strange lights flashed in the eternal darkness. Crazy, Ol fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. He floated there quietly, motionless. His body was covered by a layer of silk, which came out from the Xian character on his forehead like a cocoon. Yi Fan was shocked. What kind of changes did the old lunatic undergo? He actually caused space to crack. He was about to cross the void, yet this place was extremely unstable. This was a tremendous disaster. It's over. How could something like this happen? Yi Fan's face immediately paled. An unforeseen event happened while crossing the void, and one's body could easily be crushed to pieces. Crack, crack. The space failed. Large cracks appeared. It was on the verge of collapse. Yi Fan started to operate the mystical method recorded in the scripture of Tao. He tried to mobilize the source qi. If the space shattered, he would be pulverized without divine power. It was a long and worrying process. It was a torment for Yi Fan. The space did not shatter immediately. Finally, a stream of source qi started to flow. It was hazy inside his body, releasing a heavy aura. I can't draw out all the source qi. Yi Fan grabbed the cocoon-covered old man. Perhaps only this body could withstand the force of the space shattering. Crack, crack. Finally, the eternal darkness reached its limit. It shattered with a boom. The space shattered to the extreme. It was a silent annihilation. The elephant was invisible. The loudest sound was silent. The destructive power shattered everything. At this moment, the old man's strength was demonstrated. The cocoon on his body flowed with a strange light. It propped up a light curtain and fixed the space. Bang! Bang! The old man and Yi Fan were shaken out. They reappeared in the real world. They did not leave the Taishin sect. After traveling for a few dozen miles, they landed on a deserted mountain. At this moment, a deafening sound came from behind them. Light shot into the sky. The mysterious jade altar cracked. Boom! This was a powerful wave of energy. The dazzling light shot into the sky, dimming the stars. It was as if 10 suns had appeared at the same time, shining in all directions. Yi Fan was scared. Crossing the space was too dangerous. Such a terrible energy was enough to crush his body many times. Fortunately, he fell from this place. In the Taishin sect, the cultivators of the 108 main peaks were alarmed. The space gate was shining brightly. It was as if dozens of volcanoes were erupting at the same time. Everyone's expression changed. The space gate has been opened. The space has been pierced. The space has failed to cross the space. Could it be that something happened to the great figures of the Taishin sect when they crossed the space? Many elders rose into the air and looked at the space gate. At the same time, the Taishin headmaster and many of the famous figures were even more shocked. The energy waves, like the deep sea, made them feel uneasy. "Who is opening the space gate?" asked a great elder. "The void is collapsing. If there's someone in there, I'm afraid they're in danger." Another grand elder revealed a bewildered expression. Dozens of miles away, Yi Fan's heart was pounding. He was secretly glad that he had escaped. If it wasn't for the source qi of all things, if it wasn't for the old man's cocoon, I would most likely be dead. He slowly calmed down. At this moment, they had fallen into a mountain range. The old man was wrapped in a cocoon. He had fallen into a deep sleep and was motionless. Such a peerless figure is really unfathomable. Even the broken space cannot do anything to him. Yi Fan was shocked. In fact, the reason why the space had collapsed was completely because of the old man. Yi Fan did not dare to stay. He picked up the old man and rushed to the humble peak. He did not fly, but only walked through the forest. At this moment, the Taishan sect was in chaos. Many cultivators of the 108 main peaks were rushing to the space gate. No one paid attention to the direction of the humble peak. Yi Fan took the old man to the humble peak and placed him in the broken palace where he lived. Li Ruoyu appeared silently and said in a low voice, "What happened just now, did it have anything to do with you?" His spiritual sense was extremely sharp and he noticed something strange. "It has nothing to do with me." Yi Fan pointed directly at the old man. Li Ruoyu probed with his spiritual sense. His spiritual heart suddenly became unstable, and his body felt like it was about to be torn apart. The natural flow of the great path was not smooth. The cocoon in front of him was like a demon fetus, which made his heart palpitate. "This is..." He sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back. Yi Fan did not hide anything. He directly told the identity of the old man and what had happened just now. Before becoming an immortal, he went crazy. A peerless master from 6,000 years ago. Li Ruoyu was moved and could not keep calm. Anyone who heard this would be shocked. The old man had lived through countless eras. He could be called a living ancient scripture. For such a figure to appear on my humble peak, I don't know if it's good or bad for Taishan. Li Ruoyu frowned. At this moment, the headmaster of Taishan and some famous figures stared at the cracked Xian jade platform and did not speak for a long time. Their hearts were full of shock. This kind of pattern is too profound and difficult to understand. I am afraid that even the space gate in the Holy Land is not as good as this. Who carved it? At this time, the elders who were guarding here came to their senses and quickly told them what had happened. What, it must be him. The headmaster of Taishan and the famous figures all looked shocked. Not long after, the headmaster of Taishan and the famous figures of the sect all appeared on the humble peak. Li Ruoyu had invited them here. The appearance of the old man here was of great importance, and he could not hide it. However, Li Ruoyu did not mention Yi Fan. He said that the old man had fallen from the void and appeared on the humble peak by accident. In the next few days, everything was very calm. The Taishan sect blocked the news and did not let it spread. The elders of the Taishan sect worshipped the old man like a sacred object and sent people to guard him, for fear that he would be disturbed. The old man was in a strange state, covered by a cocoon, and there was a strange energy flowing. One of the famous figures of the Taishan sect wanted to investigate, but he was shocked and vomited blood. "Did you notice that there is something strange on the humble peak? There must be some secret." Ji Ziyue whispered to Yi Fan. Yi Fan was speechless. He had been warned by Li Ruoyu not to leak the news, or he might be dragged into it. "I hope the old man wakes up soon and nothing happens to him." Yi Fan could only pray like this. In the next few days, there were still no disturbances. It was very calm. Now, the humble peak had risen, its status had risen, and it had accepted many outstanding disciples. The main peak was no longer desolate. Every day, disciples from other main peaks would come to visit. Yi Fan got to know many young disciples, and Ji Ziyue was surrounded by people like stars around the moon. On this day, people from the Star Peak came and actually invited Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan. After hearing this news, Yi Fan suddenly frowned, but Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly. She was not afraid of the other party causing trouble at all. On the same day, Ji Ziyue mysteriously said to Yi Fan, "My great-grandfather is here." Yi Fan was shocked and said subconsciously, "That old man is here again? How can you say that?" Ji Ziyue glared at him. "I misspoke. Do I want to take you back?" Yi Fan asked awkwardly. No, the old man appeared on the humble peak. The Taishan sect thought they could keep it a secret, but my family and the Yaoguang Holy Land all know. Now that several great figures have arrived here, something extraordinary will definitely happen next. Yi Fan felt very ashamed. There were many things that he couldn't tell Ji Ziyue, but she told him everything without holding anything back. In the distant sky, an ancient golden chariot rolled across the sky, rumbling over. The chariot was covered with knife marks and arrow holes, and it exuded an endless and ancient aura. Chapter 145. The great figures of the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land had arrived. The headmaster of Taishan and many famous figures came to greet them personally. The humble peak was overgrown with weeds and withered vines. The palace was in ruins, but today it caused the clouds to move. 9 green-colored flood dragons moved across the heavens. They looked as if they were cast from molten iron, green-colored flood dragon scales flickering, full of a shocking feeling of power. They pulled an ancient golden war chariot, rumbling as they crushed over. They were heavy and imposing, as if they rushed out from a painting of history. The great figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan came together. They sat in the same chariot and appeared on the humble peak. Many cultivators of the 108 main peaks of Taishan were alarmed. Many elders looked over. In the broken palace, Crazy Ol did not move. He was covered by a silver cocoon, and a mysterious power vibrated from him. The entire peak was pulsating with him. He was like a demon fetus, but also like a celestial seed. It made people's hearts tremble. It was an indescribable feeling. The faces of the great figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan changed as soon as they entered the palace. They did not say anything. They just sat on the ground and closed their eyes to think, sensing with their hearts. The great figure from 6,000 years ago was now suspected to have reached nirvana. For them, this was a great opportunity. If they could comprehend the ultimate truth from this pulsation, they would benefit for the rest of their lives. They might even have the opportunity to become immortals. Hey, why are you leaving? It's rare for a great figure to appear. It's a good chance to see what he looks like. Ji Ziyue was slender and elegant. Her skin was smooth and her teeth were sparkling. Her eyes were full of spirit. She grabbed Yi Fan and asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find a quiet place to cultivate. Instead of being envious of the great figure's power, it's better to become stronger myself." Yi Fan walked down the humble peak. "You're lying. I feel like you're feeling guilty. You seem to be intentionally avoiding these great figures." Ji Ziyue's senses were very sharp. Yi Fan was indeed intentionally avoiding them. Having too many secrets was not a good thing. He had to be careful when facing a great force that had been passed down from the Antiquity Age. "Let's go to the Star Peak. If we don't go, they'll really think we're afraid," Ji Ziyue said. "Forget it, you go by yourself. I'm going to cultivate." Yi Fan didn't want to go to Star Peak, lest he cause trouble again. In the end, Yi Fan cultivated in silence in a deserted mountain range. At the same time, he began to consider his next course of action. He decided to leave after Crazy Ol's condition was clear. In the next few days, there were many great figures in the Taishan sect, and all of them came for the old madman. The ancient palace on the humble peak had almost become a divine land. Ordinary people weren't allowed to approach at all. Those who were able to sit cross-legged inside were all well-known figures, and all of them were capable of shaking a region. On this day, Xingfeng sent someone to invite Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue. The messenger made it clear that he had no ill intentions and was only trying to ease the relationship between the two factions. "Since we have nothing to do, let's go take a look." Ji Ziyue agreed and dragged Yi Fan into the area where Xingfeng was. The person who led the way didn't lead them to the main peak of Xingfeng, but to a mountain range. Here, the mountains were beautiful, the scenery was beautiful, and the mist was like smoke lingering on the top of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the water was gurgling, and the ancient trees were accompanied by old vines. It was very quiet. In front of them, on the fragrant grass, some young men and women sat on the ground. In front of each of them was a wooden table filled with fruits and wine. Ding ding dong dong. Among them, a man in blue was playing the zither. His hands fluttered like butterflies, giving people a feeling of agility and lightness. His fingers brushed across the strings, and the music was beautiful and pleasant, calming people's hearts. Seeing the arrival of Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue, the man in blue stopped playing the zither and was the first to stand up. The others followed to welcome them. "With the arrival of the two of you, the flowers and plants all over the mountain have suddenly become bright." The man in blue was very polite. With a smile on his face, he invited the two of them to take a seat. He was tall and looked to be only 24 or 25 years old. His blue clothes fluttered in the wind. He didn't speak much, giving people a gentle and lively feeling. It could be said that this man in blue had a unique temperament. It was easy to get close to people and make people have a good impression of him. I have been in seclusion for more than 2 years. Today, I came out from the Star Peak and learned that there was some friction between the disciples of the Star Peak and the Humble Peak. Today, I invited the two of you here only to apologize and have no other intentions. This person's name was Hua Yunfei. It was very similar to his name. Like a flowing cloud, like the blowing wind, he gave people a feeling of ethereal and ethereal. Brother Hua, you make me blush with shame. Although there is a reason, I was the one who injured the disciples of the Star Peak. Since the other treated him with courtesy and was very polite, Yi Fan naturally had to return the courtesy. I am not being pretentious. In recent years, the Star Peak has flourished, causing many disciples to be arrogant and complacent. They think that the Star Peak is the only one in Taishan. This is not good. I have long heard of it. Little brother Yi, they only have themselves to blame for teaching them a lesson. They cannot blame anyone else. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for making them reflect. Hua Yunfei was very sincere. His elegance had a lively temperament, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind. Yi Fan had long heard that the leader of the Star Peak was surnamed Hua. In the history of Taishan, half of the headmasters came from the Star Peak, and of these half had the surname Hua. It could be said that the Chinese surname of the Taishan sect had a very important position. In reality, the founder of the Taishan sect had the surname Hua. Thus, although the surname Hua was very powerful, no one felt that it was too much. They even felt that it was only right. After everyone greeted each other, they sat on the grass. Li Xiaoman was also among them. Her expression was calm, and she sat behind the wooden table to the left of Hua Yunfei. Today, I will play a song to apologize to the Humble Peak. We will let bygones be bygones, and in the future, the two factions will live in harmony. Hua Yunfei's hands gently stroked the guqin. The tinkling sound of music came out, like a clear spring flowing under the moonlight. It made people feel at ease. This was a song of apology. It had a certain meaning. However, to Yi Fan, he could only hear a certain artistic conception. He did not know the story behind it. Ji Ziyue secretly transmitted her voice, saying, I remember now. This Hua Yunfei is very powerful. Yi Fan's heart trembled when he heard this. Although he knew that Hua Yunfei was definitely not ordinary, he did not expect him to be so powerful. Hua Yunfei was the youngest grandson of the leader of the Star Peak. His talent was extraordinary. At the age of 18, he became the #1 person of the younger generation of the Star Peak. At the age of 22, there was no one in the same generation who could suppress him in the 108 main peaks of the Taishan sect. The outside world thinks that my brother Haoyue has been frozen for 20 years. In reality, 2 years ago, he was secretly brought out by the old man to train. He once fought with Hua Yunfei. Ji Clan's divine physique Ji Haoyue had fought with Hua Yunfei 2 years ago. That was a battle between geniuses. Although his divine physique was world-shaking, Ji Haoyue still paid a price to defeat Hua Yunfei. So powerful! Yi Fan was very shocked. Apart from his divine physique, it is very difficult for people of the same age to suppress him. He is very talented. My brother Haoyue spent a lot of effort to defeat him. Sooner or later, his name will shake the Eastern Barren territory. Below the divine physique, he will be almost invincible. Ji Ziyue nodded her head and said. At this moment, Hua Yunfei's hands were light and agile. He played the zither smoothly like flowing water. It gave people a very ethereal feeling. Although he was a man, he was more agile than a woman. He played an extremely beautiful piece. It was like the flowing of a clear spring, like the flowing of moonlight. It was hazy, harmonious, and tranquil. The music actually outlined a picturesque scene. Everyone was immersed in it. After that, even the birds were attracted. A thrush was a bit timid, but in the end, it still descended and stopped in front of the zither. Not long after, an oriole landed, attracted by the zither's music. In a short quarter of an hour, hundreds of birds landed on the fragrant grass and stood in front of the zither. This was a strange scene. Hua Yunfei was ethereal like an immortal. His entire person seemed to have the intelligence of heaven and earth. The hundreds of birds came to pay their respects, blending with the scenery. It was as if he had become one with this small world. Seeing this scene, even Yi Fan found it hard to remain calm. This Hua Yunfei was definitely not an ordinary person. He asked in his heart, "Your brother has a divine physique. He cultivated the phenomenon of the ocean rising bright moon. Did he still need to spend a lot of effort to defeat him?" Hua Yunfei also cultivated an ancient phenomenon. After that battle, he went into seclusion for 2 years. Now that he has come out, he must be even more unfathomable. Other than my brother, I don't think anyone in the same generation in this region is his match. After the song ended, the hundreds of birds were actually unwilling to leave. They flew around, adding to the beautiful scenery. This song should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one hear it in the mortal world? Yi Fan clapped his hands and praised, "Brother Hua is really a celestial being." The song moved the celestial mountains and the hundreds of birds came to pay their respects. It is really admirable. You flatter me. It is just for the sake of pleasing the mind. It is nothing. Speaking up to here, he raised his wine cup and said, "May the star peak and the humble peak live in harmony." Everyone raised their cups and drank together. It was a harmonious scene. I heard junior sister Xiaoman say that brother Yi came from a very faraway place. The civilization there is brilliant. It is very different from the eastern barren territory. I am fascinated by it. Yi Fan's heart shook. Could it be that Li Xiaoman had told the truth? If that was the case, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. He couldn't help but stare at Li Xiaoman. At this moment, Li Xiaoman was wearing a white robe. Her appearance was elegant and her expression was calm. She was like a pure white lotus. It cannot be compared to the eastern barren territory. Yi Fan drank the fruit wine and put down his cup. His expression was calm as he said, "Where we are, no one can cultivate. Sickness and death are the most common things. 100 years old is already considered a long life. Brother Yi, you are too humble. I really want to learn from you. I hope you will not be stingy in teaching me." Hua Yunfei appeared to be very sincere. He toasted Yi Fan with a cup of fruit wine and said, "I feel that your hometown has some kind of connection with us." Yi Fan's heart shook. He had a feeling that the other party seemed to know a lot. Could it be that Li Xiaoman had really explained everything to him? Ji Ziyue's eyes kept turning. She felt that Yi Fan had too many secrets. She secretly decided to dig them out as soon as possible. The Ji clan that has been passed down since the Antiquity era is famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. The young lady of the Ji clan is a guest in my Taishan continent. I have neglected you. Hua Yunfei raised his cup and smiled at Ji Ziyue, the young lady of the Antiquity era. This identity shocked everyone. Li Xiaoman was very surprised and revealed a strange expression. Ji Ziyue was not surprised. In fact, many disciples on the humble peak knew her identity, not to mention the young grandson of the Star Peak leader. She smiled sweetly and a small dimple appeared on her left cheek. She said, "My name is Ji Ziyue. Ji from Ji Shui, Z from purple air from the east, and U from moon." Ji Shui. Yi Fan's heart moved. He had never asked about Ji Ziyue's family. At this moment he had many questions. Did the people of this world also know about Ji Shui? Don't you know? There is a river in the ancient East. Her name is Ji Shui. It is very famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. It flows past my house. Calculating the time, it has been flowing for at least 50,000 years. Ji Ziyue's eyes flashed with a strange light. Yi Fan was shocked. This was too long ago. It was definitely much longer than the Ji Shui on Earth. I should have visited Miss Ziyue long ago. It's just that I just came out of seclusion. Your brother and I don't get to know each other without a fight. Speaking of which, we are not strangers. Hua Yunfei smiled. Speaking of this, he stood up and said, "I will go and welcome the guests. You guys stay here. There is no need for Brother Hua to welcome us. We are already here." The scenery here was beautiful. The flowers and trees were fresh. There were strange stones and pavilions. Not far away, more than 10 people floated over. There were both men and women. They all had extraordinary temperaments. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They were like immortals. Why is Brother Haoyue here? Ji Ziyue muttered softly and hid behind Yi Fan. At the humble peak, an unparalleled figure from 6,000 years ago was in deep sleep. It attracted the important figures of the Alcade, Ji family, and other forces to come and gather there. At the same time, the outstanding disciples of these forces also came to Taixien. Among them were the Eastern Baron Divine Body Ji Haoyue, the saintess of the Alcade Holy Land, and the young talents of other sects. Hua Yunfei smiled and went forward, leading the dozen people here. Ziyue. Ji Haoyue's purple robe fluttered in the wind. He was as quiet as the bright moon. His temperament was extraordinary like a god. There seemed to be an endless halo around him. He stared at Ji Ziyue. Brother Haoyue. Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly. She walked out from behind Yi Fan and skipped over to hug Ji Haoyue's arm. Why are you with him? Ji Haoyue's expression was calm, but his eyes were threatening. He looked at Yi Fan. He clearly remembered that this person had been with many demons. Why can't I be with him? Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and shook Ji Haoyue's arm unhappily. The dozen people who came were all elites. Everyone looked at Ji Haoyue and Yi Fan. Among them was the saintess of the Alcade Holy Land. She was so beautiful that the moon and flowers would put to shame. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Ji Haoyue did not say anything. He took a few steps forward and stared at Yi Fan. He said, "These few months, my sister has been with you?" Yi Fan sat there and did not get up. He said something that angered people and gods. That's right. We eat and live together. What are you talking about? Although Ji Haoyue's expression was calm, like a bright moon hanging in the sky, his eyes flickered with light. It was very intimidating. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. What I meant was that we have always been together and we have never been separated. You brat, don't speak nonsense. Ji Ziyue hammered him. Ji Haoyue's eyes were bright and his purple clothes danced in the wind. He stood there and stared at Yi Fan. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the blue sea appeared. The ripples were clear and a bright moon rose. The phenomenon of the rising moon appeared behind Ji Haoyue. The water like moonlight flowed towards Yi Fan. Brother Haoyue, what are you doing? Ji Ziyue was shocked and tried to stop him. However, the blue sea behind Ji Haoyue released a wave of light and stopped her. Behind them, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Ji Haoyue to use a phenomenon to attack this unknown youth. Alcade Holy Maiden's eyes were wide open. She stared at the phenomenon of the rising moon without blinking. Li Xiaoman stood up and looked forward. Hua Yunfei was deep in thought. He wanted to stop her but he did not. Chapter 146. The bright moon rising from the sea was an ancient phenomenon. Its power was unfathomable. Back then, Ji Haoyue used this phenomenon to obliterate many great demons. He was invincible and no one could compete with him. At this moment he used this rare phenomenon to deal with a nameless youth. The surrounding geniuses couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Fan was indeed surprised. The difference between their fame was like heaven and earth. Ji Haoyue, who was revered as a divine physique, actually attacked him. This was out of everyone's expectations. Although he had a divine physique and the golden sea of bitterness was extraordinary, he couldn't use it. It could only appear inside his body. Yi Fan didn't think that the golden sea of bitterness was a phenomenon. He felt that it was just a source of power. He needed time to cultivate the real phenomenon. At this moment, his strongest attack was to draw out the myriad qi. However, he couldn't truly control it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and everyone didn't have the time to react. The moonlight was like water, arriving in the blink of an eye. It stopped in front of Yi Fan and did not descend. Ji Haoyue was like a god, 9 halos circled above his head. He was like a god king, staring at Yi Fan with an incomparably sharp gaze. Beside him, Ji Ziyue let out a long breath and shouted, "Brother Haoyue, what are you doing? Stop. You have 3 secret realms. He is just a small cultivator in the sea of reincarnation's secret realm. Why are you using the phenomenon to test him?" The others suddenly understood. They thought that Ji Haoyue was really going to use the bright moon rising from the sea to kill this nameless youth. Hua Yunfei walked forward and said, "Brother Haoyue, quickly withdraw your phenomenon. You have a divine physique. There is no need to use this to pressure little brother Yi." "Do you really think I am testing him?" Ji Haoyue didn't turn around. He stared at Yi Fan and revealed a serious expression. "I am indeed using the phenomenon to suppress him. However, it was obstructed. The moonlight didn't descend." "What?" Behind him, everyone's expression changed. How was this possible? Many people immediately thought that Ji Haoyue was joking. Ji Haoyue was telling the truth. From such a close distance, when Shi Yan saw Yi Fan for the first time, he had a strange feeling. His god body couldn't help but glow, which gave him a strange feeling. It was either that the other party had some supreme treasure that attracted him, or that the other party had a very special physique that made his divine body feel something special. Hua Yunfei did not continue to block him. His entire person seemed to be very ethereal. His blue robes fluttered in the wind. It was as though he had entered a meditative state. Clearly, he was carefully sensing something. The Yaoguang Saintess was the most outstanding female disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her body was surrounded by brilliant light. Her celestial body was slender and elegant, like a blooming divine lotus. Her temperament was ethereal, and her beautiful face was very calm. She closed her beautiful eyes and carefully sensed. Above Ji Haoyue's head, the bright moon rotated slightly. A wave of moonlight flowed down like water, darting towards Yi Fan. However, just like before, the water-like moonlight stopped in front of Yi Fan and didn't descend. It was as though it was blocked. The moon plate trembled, and it was as though a large amount of pure white feathers were falling down. They were sparkling and there was a faint sound of metal clanging. However, it was the same as before. The pure white moonlight was fixed in place, unable to descend. It was imprisoned by an invisible force in front of it. Clang, clang, clang. That bright moon trembled again, and the moon blade shot out like a beam of light. Back then, all the various treasures of the demon race could not withstand a single blow from this blade and were turned into dust. At this moment, Ji Haoyue directly used it to slash down. "Big brother!" Ji Ziyue cried out in shock, but her body was fixed in place and she couldn't stop it. Hua Yunfei revealed a strange expression. He had fought with Ji Haoyue before, so he naturally knew the power of this blade. However, what happened in front of him made everyone dumbfounded. The moon blade was like lightning, but it actually couldn't move. Although it pressed down and was about to reach Yi Fan, it was still blocked. At this moment, everyone revealed a look of shock. How could an unknown little cultivator block the attack of a divine body? Why was it like this? Everyone's eyes focused on Yi Fan. They revealed shocked and puzzled expressions. Everyone understood that the sea-rising moon phenomenon did not have an undeserved reputation. This was created by an ancient powerhouse. Its power was extraordinary. Even the experts of the older generation would find it difficult to withstand it. It could easily shatter them into dust. Back then, many great demons, including those old women, did not have any ability to fight back before the sea-rising moon phenomenon. They were easily killed and shattered. Even if it tore apart mountains and destroyed the earth, it was not a problem. This phenomenon was the most terrifying. However, the scene before them right now was truly shocking. My intuition was right. I felt something was wrong the moment I saw him. Ji Haoyue muttered to himself. Clang. The bright moon above Ji Haoyue's head vibrated and slowly rotated. The blue sea behind him surged, and the waves soared into the sky, rolling towards Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan felt very strange. The golden sea of bitterness in his body was surging, and purple thunder and lightning were intertwining. It wanted to rush out, but it could not. He did not know how to guide it. However, there was an inexplicable force that overflowed and blocked the other party's phenomenon. Only he knew what was going on. This was the sacred body of the ancients against the divine body of the eastern wilderness. The blue sea surged forward. It could uproot mountains and crack the earth, and it could even imprison everything. It made it difficult for experts who cultivated in 3 secret realms to move, as if they were trapped in a swamp. However, the blue sea did not imprison Yi Fan. Instead, it was fixed in front of him. The raging waves fell, and the waves calmed down. In an instant, everything was calm. At this moment, the bright moon slowly sank. This was the most powerful trump card of the sea-rising moon phenomenon. According to legend, the bright moon could move mountains and fill seas. It could tear apart the sky and shatter the earth. It could easily kill an expert who was 1 secret realm higher than itself. It had unparalleled power. The Sea of Reincarnation secret realm had 4 realms, and the Tao Palace secret realm had 5 realms. One could imagine how terrifying this phenomenon was. To be able to kill an expert who was 4 or 5 realms higher, it could be called a rare phenomenon. It was said that the sea-rising moon phenomenon had no end. As long as the cultivator could increase their cultivation, this phenomenon would continue to evolve. The further it went, the more terrifying it would be. The bright moon sank, shining like jade. Its radiance was gentle, like pieces of shattered crystals falling, or like rainbow-colored glass reflecting the splendor. Sparkling and translucent light filled the sky. Endless essence fluttered about, as if translucent jade flowers were falling, making this place shine with a myriad of colors, surging with auspicious colors. Yi Fan felt pain all over his body. His body could not withstand it, and he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. The endless splendor fell, fixing him on the spot, making it difficult for him to move. The bright moon slowly and powerfully pressed down, wanting to tear his body apart, shatter his soul, and obliterate his spiritual sense. He was unwilling. His saint physique was not complete, so it was naturally difficult for him to resist a divine physique with 3 secret realms. Everything was a problem of cultivation, and it had nothing to do with the phenomenon. This time, the moonlight enveloped Yi Fan. The bright moon hung above his head, as if it could shatter his physique with just a slight tremble. Rumble! Within Yi Fan's body, a vast ocean surged into the sky. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and finally, a strange energy was produced, blocking the terrifying pressure and slowly obliterating the moonlight outside his body. At the same time, the bright moon was slowly lifted up, causing it to rise continuously. Everyone present was shocked. He actually resisted the phenomenon of the sea-rising moon phenomenon. This was too shocking. Only Yi Fan was crying bitterly in his heart. He could not hold on much longer, and was only barely able to block the bright moon. My bright moon can revolve 9 times, and this is only the first revolution. There are still 8 revolutions left, come and try it. There was a dazzling halo above Ji Haoyue's head. Apart from that, there were 8 faintly discernible rays of light that connected together like a crown. He was like a divine king descending to the mortal world. In reality, the appearance of a divine physique was indeed like the descent of a divine king in the Eastern Baron. Once it was completed, one would be invincible, and it would be difficult to meet a worthy opponent. One could indeed be called the divine king of the Eastern Baron. Big brother Haoyue, you can't do this. He is only at the divine bridge realm, and you have already cultivated 3 secret realms. He naturally can't block it. Ji Ziyue shouted. I only used a portion of my divine power. All right, I will continue to suppress it and test him with the strength of the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm. Yi Fan instantly felt the pressure lessen, but when the bright moon continued to revolve, he felt as if there were huge mountains falling one after another. His body made cracking sounds as if it was about to collapse on the spot. The bright moon revolved 9 times, radiating brilliance in all directions. Rays of auspicious clouds lingered in the surroundings, and Yi Fan's body felt like it was about to break apart. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance erupted from his Sea of Reincarnation. It was as if a golden sun had erupted, causing that bright moon to dim and lose its light. Boom! The silver bright moon shot up and flew backward, crashing into a mountain peak not far away. What kind of physique is this? It actually blocked the sea-rising bright moon phenomenon. How is this possible? No one doubted the scariness of the bright moon that rose from the sea. The bright moon that flew out very quickly proved its scariness. After it landed on the mountain peak, Its silver splendor spread out like ripples on water. Without a sound, the mountain peak was turned into fine powder. This caused many people's expressions to change completely. The sea-rising bright moon phenomenon that the divine physique had executed was actually blocked by a nameless little cultivator. This was simply like a fantasy story. However, at this moment, Yi Fan also flew backward and crashed into the mountain wall hundreds of meters away. Only then did he stop. He wasn't injured, but he was sent flying by a huge force. On the grassland, the geniuses found it difficult to remain calm. How did this happen? He didn't display any form, so how could he fight against the sea-rising bright moon? Could he also have a divine physique? Legend has it that only a divine physique can withstand the attack of a strange phenomenon. At this moment, Li Xiaoman was the most shocked. Only she knew that Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients and had successfully cultivated it, allowing him to fight against the divine physique. They were evenly matched. Many people commented. Ji Haoyue used the power of the Sea of Reincarnation to spin the bright moon to suppress Yi Fan. However, the bright moon shot up into the sky and Yi Fan was also sent flying. They were evenly matched with the Eastern Wilderness divine physique. This was absolutely unimaginable and enough to drive people crazy. Just what kind of terrifying physique did this nameless little cultivator have? Many people focused their attention on him. Ji Haoyue was like the sun in the sky. A young man was able to fight against his strange phenomenon with his physical body. Everyone could sense Yi Fan's potential. If he were to be cultivated, he might be able to fight against the divine physique. To many people, he was simply a divine seedling. He looked to be only about 14 years old and was worth cultivating. This is unbelievable. It can be considered a miracle. Unbelievable. He actually blocked the divine physique's sea-rising bright moon phenomenon. Everyone stared at Yi Fan as if they were looking at a treasure. It gave him goosebumps and gave him a headache. This was not good. Hua Yunfei's expression was tranquil as he plucked the strings of his guqin. Immediately, a leisurely celestial music came out like a gurgling spring. Everyone gradually calmed down and took their seats. Li Xiaoman's expression was complicated. She glanced over and regained her composure. Ji Ziyue sat next to Yi Fan and did not sit with Ji Haoyue. However, although the Eastern Wilderness divine physique frowned this time, he did not say anything. The Yaoguang saintess was like a pearl with sparkling skin. She looked like a fairy from the heavens who had accidentally fallen into the mortal world. She was a table away from Yi Fan and gently nodded, conveying a trace of goodwill. Chapter 147. At this moment, only Yi Fan himself truly understood why he was able to resist the attack of the divine body. It was completely the instinctive reaction of the sacred body of the ancients. During the process of being suppressed, a strange energy overflowed from his sea of reincarnation and forcefully resisted the sea-rising bright moon phenomenon. Even he himself did not know what kind of strange energy it was. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that his opponent had suppressed his cultivation. The two of them were at the same level. After all, Ji Haoyue was like the sun in the sky. If he used his full strength, he would definitely die no matter how special his physique was. They were both at the Sea of Reincarnation realm, but they ended up on equal footing. Yi Fan was shocked. The Eastern Wilderness divine body was indeed terrifying. It made his sacred body instinctively resist as if it was facing a great enemy. He did not know that Ji Haoyue was even more shocked than he was. Even now, he had not calmed down. When he first saw Yi Fan, the Eastern Wilderness divine body had a strange reaction. It was as if he had met an old enemy, causing 9 divine halos to appear above his head. It stimulated his most primitive instincts and made him resist. Hua Yunfei's blue robes fluttered gently like flowing water. He stood up, ethereal like an immortal. He had a very special and lively temperament. He raised his cup and said, "Everyone here is a hero among men. One day you will be famous. Since we are both in the Eastern Wilderness Southern Domain, I hope that we will never be enemies." In reality, the so-called Eastern Wilderness Southern Domain was vast and boundless. Strictly speaking, the area they were in was only a corner of the Southern Domain. Everyone raised their cups together. Apart from the disciples of Xingfeng, the dozen or so people who came later were all geniuses. They were the elite disciples of various sections. They were not exactly the most outstanding. Everyone understood that it was impossible to never be enemies. In the same area, there would definitely be friction between the sects in order to develop. When the time came, these genius disciples would clash with each other sooner or later. However, the atmosphere at the moment was very harmonious. Everyone raised their cups and chatted happily. They talked about many things they had seen in Cultivation and even talked about many secrets. That crazy old man was unparalleled in the past. He suppressed everyone with his strength and was unstoppable. Come to think of it, even the sacred leader of my alcade was defeated by him and could not compete with him. 6,000 years have passed, and the world has changed. The sacred lord of the past has already died of old age and turned into dust. Who would have thought that the crazy old man of the Merak Sky continent would still be alive? Yao Guang Saintess raised the wineglass with her flawless jade-like hand and took a small sip. She had a different kind of charm. She slightly raised her head, and her swan-like neck looked smooth and elegant. She had a seductive smile on her face as she sighed. Ji Haoyue nodded and said, "The power of time is the most merciless. Even a world-shaking figure cannot resist it. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust." When he spoke up to hear, he let out a long sigh and said, "All those years ago, there were 3 great figures in my Ji clan that could be said to be extraordinarily talented. They joined forces to fight Old Man Qin, yet they were still no match for him. Their lifespans could be said to be extremely long, but they still passed away 4,000 years ago. Thinking back to the past, it really makes one sigh. How many heroes, divine like Jade, how many great powers shook the world, but in the end, they were trapped by life and death, returning to the dust of history." What the two of them said did not make the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji clan useless. From another perspective, it showed how deep their foundations were. Even if they could not defeat Old Man Qin, it was nothing. In reality, the great forces that had passed down from the Antiquity Age had all had invincible existences that stood at the peak. They did not need to show off. That crazy old man is unfathomable. I wonder if there is anyone in the Eastern Barren Territory who can defeat him. Hua Yunfei said thoughtfully, "He carved the patterns of the way in my Taixin Holy Land and wants to travel through space. Those patterns are extremely profound, so the journey must be very long. I really wonder where he wants to go." After that, everyone brought up the Antiquity Holy Land. The Ji clan, the Yaoguang Holy Land, and the Jiang clan worked together, but they still failed. They were all destroyed, which made everyone sigh. Among everyone present, only Yi Fan had personally experienced it, but he could not reveal anything. Otherwise, Ji Haoyue and the Yaoguang Saintess would fight him to the death. Speaking of the Antiquity Forbidden Lands, everyone could not help but talk about the Origin Ancient Mine, which was located in the northern region of the Eastern Barren Territory. With the name Origin, it was enough to show that it had a long history and was difficult to trace back. Countless years ago, the Origin Ancient Mine was the most famous source mine in the Eastern Barren Territory. Later, an inauspicious thing was dug out and it became one of the 7 forbidden areas. Legend has it that countless years ago, some peerless source of God was dug out. There were powerful creatures sealed inside. Some of them were humanoid and killed everyone. It is truly unbelievable. It is said that the formation of a source requires an extremely long time. At the latest, it started to form in the immemorial age. It can even be traced back to the ancient underworld age. It is truly unimaginable. These young disciples gathered together and talked about all kinds of secrets of the past. Naturally, they would talk about the problems of cultivation. Not long after, everyone brought up the problem of a cultivator's constitution. Many years ago, there was a rumor in the Eastern Barren Territory that a divine body was about to appear, and there was more than one case. Everyone looked at Ji Haoyue at the same time, asking him if he knew of anyone else. During this process, many people also looked at Yi Fan, feeling that this youth might also have such a constitution. There should be 2 people. As far as I know, The other person is in the Jiang family in the Eastern Barren Territory, Ji Haoyue answered. The Jiang family was an ancient family located on the banks of the Jiang River. Its name shook the Eastern Barren Territory, and it never fell. It was one of the most powerful forces in this vast land. Yi Fan immediately thought of little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. He wondered if they were doing well after going to the Jiang family and if they were used to life there. The Origin Ancient Mine, the Jiang family, and the Jade Lake Holy Land were all in the Eastern Barren Territory's northern territory. Yi Fan had long decided to go there, but he had never been able to. Speaking of which, there was still an enemy he needed to guard against, and that was Jiang Yichen. In order to take the treasure he had sent the Jiang family's knights to chase him for thousands of miles, leaving him with no way out. Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a bit absent-minded. He felt that it was time to leave. It was really not good to stay in Taixin. I wonder if little brother Yi also has a divine body? At this time, a girl in Xian spoke. Everyone's eyes looked over. Many people wanted to know the answer. If I had a divine body, would I be so free and unfettered? I would have been hidden a long time ago, just like Brother Ji. Without a divine body, it would be difficult for me to show my face in public. Yi Fan's expression was calm and he looked very calm. That's true. Someone nodded. That is even more shocking. Little brother Yi, if you don't have a divine body, how did you block Brother Hao Yu's supreme divine power with your physical body? The girl in Xian asked again. She was a genius disciple of the Xiaoyao school. Her name was Li Yuyu. The Xiaoyao school was 60,000 miles away from here, dozens of countries away. It was also a super sect in this area. It was only below a holy land and could be on equal footing with Taixin. It's a long story. It might have something to do with a special fruit I ate when I was young. Some inexplicable changes happened to me, but there are some secrets that should not be told to others. Yi Fan knew that trouble was coming. He had to leave as soon as possible without delay. Hua Yunfei smiled and said, "Let me play another song to help everyone drink." He changed the topic and did not let the girl in Xian ask any more questions. On the grass, everyone drank and chatted merrily. Everyone knew their limits and did not ask too many questions. The sound of the guqin lingered, like the high mountains and flowing water. It was like a celestial song of the moon, intoxicating everyone. It had to be said that Hua Yunfei's skills were close to the path. Under his agile fingers, the strings of the guqin were plucked, creating all kinds of wonderful sounds. It actually outlined a picturesque scene. The sound was like a clear spring deep in the mountains. It was gentle and slow, like a thin stream of pine roots. Listening attentively, a feeling of joy arose spontaneously. The rhythm was long and leisurely, like moving clouds and flowing water. After that, the sound of the guqin was faintly discernible. It was as if the curtain of the night had been pulled down. The moonlight shone down, and the sky was faintly discernible. The Jade Lake appeared. Fairies were graceful, riding on the wind and waves, dancing in the sky. Their expressions were moving, and the rhythm was flowing. After the song ended, everyone discovered that all the flowers around the grass had bloomed. Waves of fragrance wafted through the air. The sound of the guqin actually contained a mysterious power, causing hundreds of flowers to bloom at the same time. Everyone clapped their hands in admiration. The Yaoguang saintess was not far from Yi Fan. She was like a divine lotus blooming. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her smile was sweet. It was like a thin cloud covering the bright moon, like a gentle breeze caressing a jade flower. She was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were like water. She smiled faintly and said, "Little brother Yi, there is no need to be afraid of anything. If you have any difficulties, just tell me." Yi Fan's heart moved and he said, "Will others make things difficult for me? Perhaps. After all, your physique is very special. Maybe someone wants to invite you over as a guest." The Yao Guang saintess's teeth were like jade, and her face was rosy and moist. She glanced over and was very charming. "I just want to cultivate in peace. I don't want to be disturbed," Yi Fan said indifferently. "It's fine. If there is any problem, I will help you solve it. I believe no one will make things difficult for you." The Yao Guang saintess extended an olive branch. She was beautiful, and her figure was like that of a fairy. She was like a pearl that was emitting light, and it was very alluring. Yi Fan immediately understood that she was trying to recruit him. At this moment, Ji Ziyue's eyes flashed, and she said softly, "After this matter is over, my brother wants to invite you to the Ji family." In comparison, Ji Haoyue was more direct. He said that he wanted to invite Yi Fan to the Ji family. He had too many questions. If he did not understand Yi Fan's physique, he would not be able to calm down. If it were anyone else, they would be happy to be chosen by these two powerful forces. However, Yi Fan felt a headache. He could not enter the Holy Land and the clan of the ancients just like that. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep the green copper piece. More importantly, they obviously wanted to explore his physique, which was completely shameful. If the Sea of Reincarnation was explored, all his secrets would be exposed. Most importantly, Li Ruoyu had once warned him not to expose the sacred body of the ancients to the forces that had inherited it since the Antiquity Age. At this moment, the Yao Guang saintess chuckled and said telepathically, "Brother Yi, can you accompany me for a walk later? I have something to tell you." At the same time, Ji Haoyue's eyes shone brightly. He personally said to Yi Fan telepathically, "I want to invite you to the Ji family as a guest." At the same time, several divine consciousnesses came to express their goodwill to Yi Fan, wanting to talk to him further. Yi Fan knew that things were not going well. He responded patiently and perfunctorily to stall for time. "Ji Haoyue, you have a divine body. Why are you testing me for no reason and causing such trouble?" Yi Fan muttered to himself. He did not know that Ji Haoyue's divine body was stimulated and had to test him. Right now, I have to muddy the waters so that they won't pay attention to me. I have to create a sensational event and leave in the chaos. Yi Fan thought for a while, then suddenly raised his head and said, "Everyone, maybe you don't know yet, but something big enough to shake the Eastern Barren territory is about to happen." "Is that so?" The Yao Guang saintess's black hair danced in the wind. Her face was like jade, and her eyes were sparkling. "I think everyone here should have heard of the Bronze Deity Palace. Now that it has appeared again." Yi Fan was determined to shock everyone. The Bronze Deity Palace had the opportunity to become an immortal. It was recorded in the history of the Eastern Barren territory. Every time it appeared, it would shake the Eastern Barren territory and cause great waves. Peerless masters would go there like moths to a flame. Chapter 148. The Bronze Immortal Palace was one of the greatest historical mysteries of the Eastern Barren territory. Legend had it that it was built by an immortal, but no one could verify it. It had appeared long before the Antiquity era, but no one knew where it came from. Yi Fan decided to reveal this secret. Everything was just to create an opportunity to leave this place. He could predict that once the news spread, it would cause a huge wave that would shake this land. However, he couldn't care so much anymore. Ji Ziyue's eyes widened. She tried to stop him telepathically, but it was too late. Yi Fan ignored her and continued speaking. "Brat, what are you doing? Do you know what will happen if the news spreads? Didn't we agree to hide the news?" Ji Ziyue was furious. Seeing that Yi Fan was ignoring her, she clenched her fists and wanted to punch him. Yi Fan was very detailed. He pointed out the area and told them that it was near Taixin. They could go and verify it at any time. He had no choice. In order to escape, he ignored Ji Ziyue for now. "Is that true?" Saint Yao Guang was shocked. She stood up, her body radiating with light. She was enveloped by a gentle halo and looked like a fairy. "Are you sure?" Hua Yunfei couldn't keep his calm anymore. He stood up and looked at Yi Fan. "Ziyue, is that true?" Ji Haoyue stared at his sister. He knew that the two of them had always been together. Everyone didn't believe Yi Fan's words. They all looked at Ji Ziyue. At this point, she couldn't hide it anymore and could only nod. "Why didn't you say something so important earlier?" Ji Haoyue blamed her. "It's not a good thing. Every time the Bronze Immortal Palace appears, many people die. I feel that in order to avoid bloodshed, it's better to hide it quietly," Ji Ziyue muttered. "I forgot to tell you. There's a lot of Xinhuang there. It's as thick as clouds and as heavy as mountains." Yi Fan was very thorough and threw out another piece of heavy news. What? There's qi of all things there? That's a holy item for forging weapons. Everyone was shocked and their eyes lit up. Xian was the essence of heaven, and Huang was the marrow of the earth. They were the quintessence of heaven and earth, so Xian and Huang were often used to represent heaven and earth. Are you sure? Hua Yunfei could no longer remain calm. He drifted over and stared at Yi Fan, asking seriously. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. Yi Fan gave an affirmative answer. Where is that lake? Yao Guang Saint's beautiful eyes twinkled with a strange light. The others gathered around as well. At the beginning of the world, the essence that seeped out was mysterious yellow. There was pitifully little of it, and it was already on the verge of drying up. It was the love of extreme experts, a treasure for refining artifacts. Although the bronze immortal palace was shocking to them, it was also a little vague. Even if they knew the news, they could only report it and let the sect leader and grand elder decide. The so-called opportunity to become an immortal was too far away from them. However, all life source energy was different. This was a rare treasure, a divine object that could refine all material qualities. If one could collect it, then they would benefit for the rest of their lives. Everyone's eyes were burning with desire. Everyone wanted to forge a top-notch weapon. What are you doing? You evil fellow, you are harming others. Ji Ziyue was very sharp and sensed the abnormality. She scolded Yi Fan in secret. You clearly know that all life source energy has retreated into the Bronze Palace. Why do you still say that? Ji Ziyue asked Yi Fan for the essence of all life source energy. She went to the lake several times to collect mysterious yellow. Although she had great harvests, she realized that the mysterious yellow was sinking. In the end, it all sank into the Bronze Palace and she could no longer collect it. These people retreated and personally went to report to their masters. They followed the famous figures of various sects here. This news was too big. Even people like Ji Ziyue, Yao Guang Saintis, and Hua Yunfei couldn't make a decision on their own. They left in a hurry. Ji Ziyue's big eyes were shining. She was as sharp as a fairy. She wrinkled her nose and angrily pulled Yi Fan back. What are you trying to do? Don't be angry, or else you will easily get wrinkles. Yi Fan smiled and pinched her nose. Little brat, you are too bold today. Ji Ziyue grinded her little canine teeth and was about to teach Yi Fan a lesson. Hurry up and take out your treasure to collect the essence of all life source energy. Yi Fan whispered. What? Ji Ziyue was shocked. Her big eyes flashed with light. She had already collected all life source energy from the lake, but it was far from being as pure as the essence of all life source energy. Only with this kind of source energy could one truly refine the legendary extreme Dao weapon. She had tried all sorts of threats and promises, but Yi Fan just wouldn't give her the source energy. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to give it to her now. Yi Fan felt that even though Ji Ziyue was weird, she didn't have any bad intentions. On the contrary, she had been protecting him in all sorts of ways. He was about to leave this place. He felt guilty and decided to give her the treasure of all life source energy. Even though he couldn't control all life source energy and could only gather a small amount on the surface of his body, Ji Ziyue had treasures on her. That was enough for him to absorb it. Ah, it's really the essence of all life source energy. When Ji Ziyue got the source energy, her big eyes curved into crescent shapes. Dimples appeared on her face and she was as lively as a fairy. Cultivate well and surpass your brother. Yi Fan rubbed her head and turned to leave. I have something to do. I'll return to my humble peak first. Ji Ziyue was rather smart and had already sensed Yi Fan's abnormality. He mentioned the bronze immortal palace for no reason. After connecting the dots, she immediately guessed the reason. Little brat, you don't have to run. She quickly chased. Recently, Yi Fan had been studying Crazy Ole's footwork. Even though he couldn't take a step and the mountains and rivers behind him, he was still unbelievably fast. This was a supreme secret technique. Even though Ji Ziyue's cultivation was higher than his, she couldn't catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, she was left behind. Yi Fan could only vaguely hear someone shouting, "Little brat, "Don't go," he sighed and left without looking back. He was not strong enough, so he could only escape. When he passed by the area where the humble peak was, he saw Li Ruoyu standing on the peak and looking over. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment but eventually flew into the air. He believed that this old man would give him some pointers. He didn't want to leave without a sound. He flew up to the peak and bowed deeply before standing up straight. "Are you leaving?" Li Ruoyu asked. Yi Fan nodded. "Then go. Everyone has their own path." The old man didn't say much. He had great wisdom in cultivation and comprehended the humble peak. He was extraordinary. Yi Fan thought for a moment and took out the pristine jade bottle. He poured out some divine spring water and sealed it in a jade container. He gave it to Li Ruoyu and said, "Thank you, Senior. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Yi Fan stepped on the void and used the supreme secret technique taught by Crazy Ol to leave like a ray of light. Other than Ji Ziyue and Li Ruoyu, there was another person who guessed that Yi Fan was going to leave. If there was anyone who understood Yi Fan the most, it was undoubtedly Li Xiaoman. After all, they had known each other for a few years. When he mentioned the Bronze Immortal Palace, she had already guessed his intentions. Then, seeing him leave, she immediately understood that Yi Fan was going to escape. Yi Fan didn't stop for a moment. The golden sea of bitterness boiled and lightning interweaved. He used all his divine power and used a mysterious footwork to quickly leave the Taishan sect. As for Crazy Ol, he had nothing to worry about. He was so powerful that even if he was in a deep sleep, it would be difficult for outsiders to hurt him. A few days later, Yi Fan was already tens of thousands of miles away from the eastern barren lands. Only then did he stop. It would take years to fly directly to the northern region of the eastern barren lands. He couldn't cultivate during this process and wasted time. Yi Fan couldn't bear it. "Is there no other way?" He sighed. The eastern barren lands was too big. This area was just a corner of the southern region. The distance between the north and the south was unimaginable. When Yi Fan stopped, he realized how big of a storm he had caused. It could be said that he had pierced through the sky. In these few days, the news of the Bronze Immortal Palace's appearance spread through the gate to all the major forces in the eastern barren lands. Many important figures were alarmed. Over the past few days, the wind and clouds had gathered. Not only had the cultivators of the human clan arrived, but even the famous figures of the demon clan had arrived. Among them, many were important figures who hadn't appeared for many years and had been in seclusion. However, the most shocking news was today. It was rumored that the human clan's Nangong Zheng, who had died 500 years ago, had reappeared in the world and arrived at the Taishan sect. There was also news that the Peacock King, who had swept through the southern region of the eastern barren lands 800 years ago, had once again appeared in the Wei Kingdom. It was unknown whether these rumors were true or false, but after these rumors came out, everyone was shocked. Immortal ascension was the ultimate dream of countless cultivators. It was the highest goal they pursued in their lives. But since ancient times, how many people had taken that step? The ancient books mentioned that there were a few people who were suspected to have become immortals, but there was no conclusive evidence. This made countless talented people feel that the road ahead was uncertain. Over the long years, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. As one genius after another turned to dust, the word immortal felt more and more distant. Just like the winter wind and the moonless night, it made people feel cold and dark, unable to see hope. In the long ancient history of the eastern barren lands, there had been some amazing figures who had the ability to go against the heavens and the earth. They had dominated a period of history, but in the end, they still turned to bones. In the distant past, there had been several geniuses who could almost pluck the stars and capture the moon. They had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, but in the end, they still could not escape death. The powerful demon clan emperor from 10,000 years ago wanted to compete with the blue sky and look down on the world. He was the only one, and wherever his soldiers went, everyone bowed their heads. How vast was the eastern barren lands? There were countless demon clans, but they were unified by the demon clan emperor. He wanted to establish the demon clan celestial court and achieve unparalleled greatness. However, under the pressure of time, his great ambition came to nothing. He turned into a ghost and finally returned to dust. Since ancient times, there had always been a legend in the eastern barren lands that there was an opportunity to become immortal in the Bronze Palace. For those who had reached the peak, there was naturally a fatal temptation. It was not surprising that existences like Nangong Zheng and the Peacock King had reappeared in the world. Chapter 149. The water cloud lake outside Taishan was a gathering of experts. Even existences like Nangong Zheng and the Peacock King were drawn out. The bronze celestial palace appeared under the lake. Countless cultivators rushed there. It was like a magic lamp in the darkness, attracting people like moths to a flame. It had incomparable magic. The important figures wanted to see the opportunity to become an immortal, and the ordinary cultivators wanted to see the true appearance of the celestial palace. The Wei nation was in a state of chaos. Yi Fan didn't plan on going back after leaving. In order to escape, he threw out the bronze celestial palace and stirred up a great storm. At this moment, he was in a bit of a dilemma. He wanted to cross the sky but couldn't. There was nothing he could do. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Is there really no way to find it? He frowned, feeling helpless. The appearance of the bronze celestial palace didn't just affect the southern region. Even the farthest northern region had important figures come. The impact was unimaginable. In the eastern barren territory and the northern region, people from the Jiang family and other holy lands and clans all came. When this matter is over, the people from the northern region will definitely return. Can I borrow their power? Yi Fan began to wander around the area. He asked around to see which sects were close to the great forces of the northern region. At this time, Yi Fan was 30,000 miles away from Taishan. It was far enough. He wasn't worried and didn't continue to travel. He obtained some useful information from some cultivators. The holy lands of the northern region indeed controlled some small forces in the southern region. They used them as pawns to provide convenience for their disciples when they traveled. Just as Yi Fan was preparing, shocking news spread throughout the southern region. After the Peacock King appeared, he didn't go to the bronze celestial palace first. Instead, he went to the Ji family, smashed the sign, and sent the door flying. This was definitely a major event. The clans that had existed since the Antiquity Age had always stood strong. Their foundation was unimaginably deep. Throughout the endless years, few people dared to provoke them. Shattering the plaque of a clan of the ancients and sending the door flying was an extremely severe consequence. It was an unimaginable event. That day, the news spread throughout the southern region and caused a great uproar. The eastern barren territory and the southern region were already a gathering place. The appearance of the celestial palace had gathered cultivators from all over. Such a disturbance made the region even more restless. Who was the Peacock King? He was an almighty member of the demon clan. 800 years ago, he had swept through the southern domain unhindered. He had been silent for many years, and everyone thought that he had passed away in meditation. He didn't want to show himself again. Everyone was shocked that he attacked the Huanggu family. What did he want to do? This kind of figure that stood at the absolute peak possessed unimaginable influence. Every word and action of theirs would be noticed by others, and they would be thought to be conveying a type of signal. A slight change in one part would cause the whole body to move. Demon race wanted to start a war with the humans. Different people interpreted different meanings, and the southern region immediately tensed up. The Ji family, which had been passed down since the desolate antiquity era, was one of the most powerful forces of the human race. Such a colossus was enough to destroy countless countries. What was the Peacock King trying to do? Dragon Peacock King, Demon King would do. What? But very soon, there was news from the spirit communication scholars that everything was caused by the descendant of the demon the Arch. The Peacock King was standing up for Yenryu. A few months ago, the Ji clan besieged the demons in Wei country in an attempt to obtain the demon monarch's sacred weapon. Many great demons died while Yenryu broke out of the encirclement. Although she was a descendant of the demon emperor, tens of thousands of years had passed. No matter how glorious the past was, it could not last forever. Yenryu left home to seek protection from powerful demons. However, not many welcomed her. Some even tried to take the demon emperor's sacred weapon for themselves. As a descendant of the demon emperor, she was in such a situation. The coldness of the world was evident. When Yen Ryu sought refuge with the Peacock King, he was in seclusion. After receiving the news, he ended his seclusion for 800 years and came out to seek justice for her. Smashing the Ji clan sign and sending the door flying was a serious matter. It might not happen even once in thousands of years. The Peacock King didn't charge into the Ji clan because such a monster was unfathomable. Even a great cultivator of the demon race would not be able to escape unscathed. The Ji clan was enraged. On that very day, they issued a kill order and sent out all the famous experts to kill the Peacock King. Even though the Peacock King was famous for sweeping through the southern territory 800 years ago, the Ji clan could not swallow this anger. Everyone knew that the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients were immeasurable. Even when they were at their weakest, there would always be peerless masters appearing at the most critical moment to resolve the crisis. Not to mention the Ji clan at its peak. They were unfathomable and would certainly hunt down the Peacock King. This is a huge matter. The Peacock King wants to establish his might. In a direct confrontation, the Ji clan will not be able to resist. However, the Peacock King will not wait to be beaten. I'm afraid this will end without a conclusion. The Peacock King is an existence known as a great cultivator. It's hard to say who will suffer. However, the Ji clan does have the upper hand. After all, they are too big. Everyone was discussing with different viewpoints. Yi Fan was shocked. The power of the Peacock King could be imagined, but the transcendence of the Ji clan could not be estimated. He could guess a thing or two from the words of many cultivators. Only one day later, news that shook the southern territory came. The Peacock King suddenly appeared in the Wei Kingdom and smashed a supreme elder of the Ji clan who was a guest in Taishin. This was simply a huge earthquake. When the news came out, everyone gasped. The Peacock King was obviously preparing for a big battle. It was not as simple as smashing the plaque and humiliating the Ji clan. What kind of existence was the supreme elder of the Ji clan? He was definitely a real big shot. With a stomp of his foot, he would shake a region. Very few of them were killed because the impact was too great. The Peacock King had actually killed the supreme elder of the Ji family in front of so many people. This was an unimaginable event that had stirred up a violent storm. The Peacock King is too powerful. He smashed the supreme elder of the Ji clan into pieces. The cultivation of the supreme elder of a great power that has been passed down since the antiquity era is difficult to estimate. But the Peacock King still killed him. This really makes people tremble. All the cultivators were shocked. When they discussed this matter, they all felt waves of coldness. It is not surprising that the Peacock King has such combat ability. You have to know that 800 years ago, he dominated the southern territory and few could match him. That's right. You have to know that he is an existence known as a great being. What is a great being? His magical power is monstrous and invincible. That is a great being. The Peacock King's attack shook the eastern barren territory and the southern territory. His deeds appeared one after another and were dug up by people. The series of battle achievements made people dumbfounded. Ever since the Peacock King made his debut, he had never been defeated in the southern territory. That was why he was known as a great being of the demon race. It could be said that 800 years ago, his glorious battle achievements were innumerable. Many of them were shocking and shocking. Ordinary cultivators only had a lifespan of over 100 years. 800 years was too long for many people. Perhaps it was just a number or a symbol. But if one really thought about it, it was a very long history. When Yi Fan heard about 800 years, he thought of the other side of the galaxy. If it was 800 years ago and it was still the Song dynasty, it could be said that it was a very long time. Thinking about the past, people realized that the Peacock King was indeed powerful. It was not the first time he had killed a great elder of a super force. 800 years ago, he had killed two famous figures from the Yaoguang Holy Land. That year, he had caused a huge uproar. The Yaoguang Holy Land had chased him for 50 years, but they had not been able to kill him. In that era, he had experienced countless battles and could be said to have intimidated the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Territory. Among them, the most influential battle was the one with the Yaoguang Holy Lord. That battle was earth-shattering and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. The Peacock King and the Yaoguang Holy Lord fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, there was no winner. Even though it was a draw, it was enough to look down on the world. After all, the Holy Land Lord was the most respected person in the Eastern Barren Territory. Just like that, he ran far away. It was that battle that made him truly famous and respected as a powerful being. The Great Elder was killed, and the Ji family was furious. The important figures of the Ji family wanted to go to the Bronze Divine Palace, but they immediately changed their plans and chased after the Peacock King. The leader of the Ji family even came out of seclusion to kill the powerful beings of the demon race. The Peacock King might be able to fight against the top existences of the Ji family, but he could not fight against such a huge force. He could only retreat after one attack. Was he going to stop just like that? Maybe he was going to go silent again. This was what everyone was thinking. However, very soon, news came that the Peacock King attacked again and killed the famous figures of the Ji family. They were the ones who protected Ji Haoyue. He actually wanted to kill the Ji family's divine body. This was more serious than anything else. Everyone knew what the divine body meant. It was the future guardian of the Ji family. It could be their prosperity for thousands of years. It was practically their lifeblood. Even though the various forces knew the threat of the divine body, they did not dare to kill it. Doing so would make the Ji family go crazy and they would not rest until they were dead. However, the Peacock King was so fierce. He wanted to kill the Ji family's hope and the future Eastern Wasteland Divine King. It could be said that he had completely touched the Ji family's reverse scale. But at the same time, the Ji family was very uneasy. They sent out many strong cultivators to search everywhere. The southern region of the Eastern Wasteland was in an uproar. All kinds of rumors spread. Ji Haoyue is indeed amazing. As expected of the Eastern Wasteland Divine Body, the future Divine King. He was not killed immediately and escaped with a secret technique. The latest news is that the last person protecting Ji Haoyue has been killed. He escaped alone, and the Peacock King chased after him. It seems that he is determined to destroy the Ji family's hope. Although the Ji family was powerful and could intimidate the Eastern Wasteland, they could not control every inch of the land. They could not find Ji Haoyue in a short time and could not contact him. They could only follow the corpses of the famous figures. It's over. The southern region is going to be turned upside down. If anything happens to the divine body, the Ji family will turn this land upside down. He even dares to provoke the Ji family. The Peacock King is really unfathomable. The Peacock King was comparable to an ancient cultivator. No one knew how long he had lived and how powerful he was. Some people guessed that his lifespan was coming to an end, so he was fearless. Yi Fan felt that this had nothing to do with him, so he did not pay much attention to it. This was a small mountain village. Chickens and dogs barked at each other. The vegetable garden was green and the fish pond was scattered everywhere. When he arrived, he suddenly heard an extremely weak voice. Little kid. Chapter 150. Yi Fan was shocked. He actually saw Ji Ziyue. Although she was smiling sweetly, her face was pale and there were traces of blood on her red lips. She stood by the pond, trembling slightly. Why are you here? She was the same as before. Although she was seriously injured, she could still smile. The corners of her mouth were curved and dimples could be seen. Were you also chased by the Peacock King? Yi Fan walked forward quickly. I've really met you. She was smiling faintly, but a trickle of blood suddenly flowed out of her mouth. Her face was even paler than before, and her originally spirited eyes were now lifeless. She swayed a bit, and then suddenly fell into the pond. The severity of Ji Ziyue's injuries alarmed Yi Fan. Her pulse was extremely weak and her heartbeat was about to stop. Her internal organs were all cracked. She was really lucky to be able to survive. Yi Fan circulated his divine power and dried her wet clothes. Then he disappeared from the village in a few steps and arrived at a cliff. He took out the pristine jade bottle and poured some divine spring water into her mouth. Immediately, it turned into a wave of life essence and rushed into her body. The divine spring water obtained from the 9 sacred mountains had incredible spiritual effects. It could almost regrow flesh and bones from the dead. It was extremely extraordinary. He could sense that Ji Ziyue's injuries had instantly stabilized. At this moment, her eyes were closed and her body was trembling. She was murmuring softly in her sleep. Yi Fan listened carefully but could not distinguish it. "Don't kill my brother," she screamed in her coma. An hour later, Ji Ziyue's long eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. She wanted to sit up but she did not succeed. "Your injuries are very serious. Although they have stabilized, you shouldn't act rashly." Yi Fan helped her up and let her sit on the cliff with her back against the soft vines. How terrifying! Ji Ziyue seemed to have a lingering fear. "Are you talking about the Peacock King?" Yi Fan naturally thought of that demonic mighty figure. "It's him." Ji Ziyue nodded and said, "Little brat, why did you run away without saying a word? I chased you for 3,000 miles and returned empty-handed. If you don't leave now, your brother will dismember me and study me carefully." Ji Ziyue chuckled, "It's not as bad as you say. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, it's safe for you to go to our Ji clan. No one will make things difficult for you." Yi Fan's heart stirred when he heard that. He felt that Ji Ziyue was extraordinary and the Ji family valued her greatly. "The Peacock King is truly too powerful." Ji Ziyue revealed a worried expression and said, "I wonder if my brother Hao Yue can escape this calamity." "The Peacock King also attacked you? How did you escape?" It felt very difficult. The Peacock King's strength was unimaginable. The legendary figures protecting the Ji siblings were simply unable to resist. In front of the Peacock King, they were like scarecrows, unable to withstand a single blow. "He's really too terrifying. His magic power is monstrous." Even now, Ji Ziyue still felt fear in her heart. They wanted to open the realm gate and cross the void, but the Peacock King pointed out with a finger, shattering the void and shaking everyone out. Some people died on the spot. If Ji Ziyue did not have a secret treasure, she would not have survived. At the crucial moment, the experts sent by the Ji family found them. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. Even so, no one could stop the Peacock King. He was invincible and no one could stop him. With a loud roar, many people were crushed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. It could be said that his divine might shook the world. "This is too unbelievable." Yi Fan was deeply shocked. This kind of powerful person was truly terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. An existence comparable to an ancient almighty. It's hard to say how powerful his magic power is. That group of experts only delayed for a moment before they were beaten into pieces. However, they bought time for Ji Ziyue and Ji Hao Yue to escape. Hearing this, Yi Fan was even more certain that Ji Ziyue's status was not ordinary. Even at that moment, the Ji family experts risked their lives to create a chance for her to escape, not willing to give up. The Peacock King became one with heaven and earth. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. His voice was like a raging wave hitting the shore. A mountain peak was shattered by his voice. Yi Fan felt his heart palpitate. This kind of power was beyond imagination. My brother's divine body was born with a strange power, but he was completely suppressed. In front of him, he was even inferior to a mortal. An existence comparable to an ancient almighty being. Its supreme might was inconceivable. Yi Fan had personally seen how strong Ji Hao Yue was. Killing a great demon was like plucking grass and flowers. He was invincible. However, such strength was insignificant in front of the Peacock King. One with heaven and man, controlling everything. He can almost pluck the stars and moon. Even now, Ji Ziyue was still a little nervous. She clenched her fists tightly. "How did you escape?" Yi Fan asked. "My brother and I ran separately. He went to chase after my brother." Ji Ziyue was worried. There was no way she could fight against a mighty figure like that. Even though Ji Hao Yue had a divine body and cultivated 3 mystic realms, there was no suspense if they really fought. "There's no bad news yet. I believe your brother won't die so easily." At this point, Yi Fan revealed a suspicious expression. "Why didn't you return to the Ji family?" Why did you come here instead? The Peacock King ignored me, but someone else chased me. Along the way, Xianxia was constantly chased, and she was heavily injured. In a hurry, she crossed the void through the domain gate of a small sect and arrived here. She didn't know how to inscribe Dao patterns and couldn't determine her destination. What a coincidence! Yi Fan muttered to himself. It's not a coincidence. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. I left an imprint on you. After appearing in this region, I slowly found my way here. What? You actually did something to me? I have no ill intentions. Why are you nervous? When I saw your abnormal behavior that day, I knew that you were going to leave. Therefore, I made preparations and left an imprint. In the end, you ran too fast and I couldn't catch up. The distance was too far and I couldn't sense you. Yi Fan carefully looked inside but didn't find anything strange. He said, What did you do? Take your time to find. Xianxia chuckled but soon revealed a worried expression. Brother Haoyue, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to escape this calamity. Suddenly Yi Fan's eyes widened. Not far away, a door appeared in the sky, and several cultivators charged out. Ah, it's the people chasing me. Xianxia cried out softly. They opened the domain gate and crossed the void to follow me. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down. Those people were very decisive. When they found their target, they immediately used their divine abilities and attacked downwards. Yi Fan helped Xianxia up and dodged to the side. The silver lightning pierced through the cliff, causing rocks to shoot in all directions. Boom! In the sky, an ancient pagoda rapidly enlarged and pressed down. Yi Fan's expression changed on the spot. Those who used pagodas, bells, and cauldrons were usually not ordinary people. Most of them were extremely powerful. In the sky, the pagoda only had 5 floors, but it was as heavy as a mountain, suffocating people and emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Yi Fan pulled Xianxia up and quickly left the cliff, rushing into the distance. These people were too powerful. If they fought them head-on, they would definitely suffer. The footwork that crazy old taught Yi Fan was a supreme secret art. It had incredible power and was extremely fast. In a short time, they were already 5 kilometers away. He didn't stop and continued to flee. Only when he was 50 kilometers away did he let out a long breath. Those people are not ordinary, they are all very powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fled. Xianxia's little canine teeth shone brightly as she grinded them gently. They don't look like demons. Yi Fan revealed a doubtful expression. Xianxia bit her red lips and said, Someone wants to use this opportunity to get rid of me and Brother Haoyue. Could it be that Jibue again? No, it's much more troublesome than her. There must be someone who doesn't want our family to have a divine body. Even if Brother Haoyue can escape from the Peacock King's hands, it's still very dangerous. I'm afraid there will be human experts secretly taking action and taking this opportunity to kill him. Although Xianxia wasn't old, she had a lot of foresight. She had predicted that something bad might happen. They should be watching Haoyue. Why do they want to harm you? Do you also have a divine body? How can I have a divine body? Xianxia didn't say much. She thought for a moment and then glanced at Yi Fan. She teased, Little brat, you really have a lot of secrets. What is that green copper? Why can your body block divine body attacks? How did you learn crazy old man's footwork? Why are you in such a hurry to escape Taishan? This little girl was very quick-witted and weird. She obviously wanted to change the topic and explore Yi Fan's secrets. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, tearing out dozens of powerful lightning bolts like dancing golden snakes. It's a lightning bird. Xianxia frowned and suddenly shouted, Not good, it's a phoenix crown lightning bird, a very powerful mutated bird. Let's avoid it and not enter its territory. The lightning bird in the distance was completely golden as if it was cast from gold. Lightning blazed and its head bulged slightly like a phoenix crown. It looked very extraordinary. This was a powerful mutated bird that ordinary lightning birds couldn't compare to. It had extremely terrifying attack power and most cultivators would retreat when they saw it. Luckily, they didn't discover us. Xianxia secretly rejoiced. There's most likely a phoenix crown lightning bird's nest up ahead. Maybe we can use it to block the people chasing you. Yes, that makes sense. Gzu's big eyes immediately curved into crescents. The two of them continued forward and indeed found a bird's nest in the depths of the mountain range. It was built on a towering ancient tree. The 4 golden eggs were the size of a human head and were surrounded by golden lightning bolts. This kind of mutated bird is very rare. It can constantly evolve and is the rarest. I really want to take one of the eggs and hatch it to raise as a pet, Gzu said with some regret. She didn't dare to do that. She and Yi Fan left enough traces in the mountains before rushing into the sky. Not long after, the few powerful cultivators found the depths of the mountain range and found many clues. They searched the area carefully and felt that Gzu was hiding nearby. After a long time, the few of them found a towering ancient tree. Bird's nest? Oh no! One of them exclaimed, "This seems to be the nest of a phoenix crown lightning bird. This kind of mutated bird must not be provoked. If it misunderstands that we want to take its eggs, it will definitely fight to the death." There were 4 eggs in the huge bird's nest. The eggshells seemed to be made of gold, dazzling and dazzling. Let's go. This kind of powerful mutated bird is the most vengeful. If we are trapped here, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, they wandered around here for a long time. The phoenix crown lightning bird that went out had already returned. It let out a soul-stirring cry, leaving a long golden afterimage in the sky as it swooped down. Yi Fan and Gzu looked into the distance and saw lightning soaring into the sky in the depths of the mountain range. They didn't stop and quickly left. The next day, Yi Fan saw a 16 or 17-year-old youth in a beautiful mountain range. His figure was a bit thin and he seemed a bit weak. His appearance was delicate and pretty, and his eyes were clear like a lake. His black hair was very soft, and each strand was light and agile. This youth was like a clear spring in the depths of the mountain, giving people a refreshing feeling. It was very natural. To see such a youth in this desolate mountain range, Yi Fan was naturally a little surprised. He asked with a smile, "Little brother, can you tell me where this place is?" The youth stood quietly in front, his soft black hair fluttering gently. His eyes were incomparably clear as he replied, "Xianxia mountain range, within the borders of Jin." "Little brother, your appearance is elegant and natural. I believe you must be a cultivator?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. The youth nodded. Behind him, Gzu's face was snow-white and her voice was trembling as she said, "Little brat, come back." Yi Fan turned around and saw that her face was filled with terror. Her large eyes were filled with fear. He immediately felt that something was wrong and retreated lightly. "What's wrong? Who is he?" "He's the Peacock King." Gzu's voice was trembling. Her usual cheerfulness was swept away and only fear was left. "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. This youth in front of him was the Peacock King? This was too abrupt and shocking. "Peacock King, you are a mighty figure. You stand at the peak and look down on the world. Don't kill the innocent. Let him go, it has nothing to do with him." Gzu stepped forward and requested to let Yi Fan go. The Peacock King of the demon race was a mighty figure in the southern region. He was invincible 800 years ago and even the Alcade Holy Lord could not do anything to him. Few people knew how long he had lived. According to the outside world's guesses, he was more than 2,000 years old after transforming into a human. If compared to the other side of the starry sky, he would be a person from the Qin and Han dynasties. However, this youth in front of him looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. His eyes were as clear as water and there was no sense of vicissitudes. It was really hard to associate him with the Peacock King. Gzu had once described his supreme might. He was one with heaven and earth and his roar shook the mountains and rivers. His voice was like the crashing waves, shattering a mountain peak. In Yi Fan's mind, the Peacock King must be as imposing as a mountain and his aura was incomparably domineering. However, he never imagined that he would be so handsome, like a clear spring deep in the mountains, like a snow lotus on an icy peak, like a cool breeze on a pure land. Thinking of how he addressed the Peacock King as brother and even wanted to pat his shoulder, Yi Fan felt his scalp go numb. This was an existence with monstrous magic power, comparable to an ancient mighty figure. Chapter 151. Such a beautiful young man who looked weak was the famous Peacock King of the southern region. It was really shocking. Facing such a powerful being, Yi Fan had no intention of fighting to the death. The other could shatter the void with a finger. If he wanted to kill him in Jizue, it would be a piece of cake. I came for you. The Peacock King's eyes were as clear as water. He looked at Yi Fan quietly like a young man who knew nothing about the world. Behind him, Jizue's eyes were wide open. She asked in shock, "Didn't you come to kill me?" The Peacock King did not reply. He was very quiet like a jade tree piled up with snow. He gave off a refreshing feeling and did not seem like a powerful being. "Why did you come for me?" Yi Fan vaguely guessed. "The demon monarch's sacred heart." The Peacock King only said these 4 words. It was as Yi Fan had expected. This made him feel awkward. That day when he extracted the sacred blood, the ruby-like heart suddenly unsealed itself and regained its vitality. It throbbed and broke through the sky. What happened? It flew away by itself. Yi Fan braced himself and answered. This explanation was a little forced. However, the Peacock King nodded his head. "You believe it?" "I believe it because I saw it fly back to the demon monarch's descendant." Yi Fan was surprised. That old heart was indeed intelligent. It actually returned to Yenryu's hands. He could not help but ask, "Since it has already flown back, why are you still looking for me?" "I want to know, why did it fly away?" The Peacock King laughed and looked straight at Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. It was as if he wanted to see through the mist and see everything clearly. Even though Yi Fan knew that he could not stop such a powerful being, he did not want to be seen through so easily. At that moment, the sea of reincarnation was silent without any ripples. The Peacock King had a smile on his face as he walked over slowly. There was no terrifying aura and he looked very calm. However, it caused great psychological pressure. Jizue said with a trembling voice, "You are a legendary expert. You can't bully us like this. You should find trouble with Alcade Holy Lord. You fought him to a draw in the past. After all, you didn't defeat him. How about I go find trouble with your Ji family's leader?" The Peacock King revealed a faint smile, which was somewhat inconsistent with his 16 or 17-year-old appearance. It gave people a very strange feeling. "Who taught you the footwork you just used?" The Peacock King's smile vanished, and for the first time, he revealed a serious expression. "It was passed down by the mad old man," Yi Fan answered truthfully. "It really is him. He actually passed it on to you." 2 beams of light shot out from the Peacock King's eyes. They were extremely sharp and oppressive. Only at this moment did people realize how terrifying he was. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Senior should have seen the crazy old man before. He is currently in the Supreme Profound sect. Yi Fan had absolute confidence in Crazy Ol. He had lived for 6,000 years and was still unscathed. Even if the Peacock King was an almighty, he was probably no match for him. Unfortunately, I was unable to see him. He disappeared a few days ago. The Peacock King seemed to be somewhat regretful. Crazy Ol was covered in a cocoon and fell into a deep sleep. He suddenly disappeared. Could it be that he broke out of the cocoon? Where did he go? Yi Fan really wanted to know. "I am very interested in your physique. I really want to study it." At this point, the Peacock King paused for a moment and said, "However, since that crazy old man passed down the technique to you, I will not make things difficult for you." At the side, Jizue's eyes flickered. What kind of person was Crazy Ol? 6,000 years ago, it was already difficult to meet a worthy opponent. She was very surprised that Yi Fan actually had some relationship with him. "However, since we have met, it would be a pity if we miss this chance." The Peacock King waved his hand, and the sky immediately darkened. Originally, the sun was in the sky, and it was bright. With a flip of his hand, he made night fall. Such a method made people's hearts tremble. In the pitch-black night sky, stars filled the sky. They were like diamonds embedded in the night sky, shining unceasingly. It can't be considered making things difficult for you. Whether or not you can pass through this curtain of night, I will let you go. I just want to see how strong your physique is. This is the Sea of Reincarnation phenomenon. Stars illuminating the clear sky. Ji Ziyue was very shocked. The Peacock King waved his hand casually. This was a legendary phenomenon. It was extremely powerful and he didn't need to use it through the Sea of Reincarnation. There are only a few dim stars. I said I won't make things difficult for you. This is not a complete phenomenon. The Peacock King's tone was indifferent, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. At this moment, Yi Fan seemed to be under the starry sky. The stars were shining brightly, and then they enlarged and actually pressed down on him. Rumble. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Every star was enlarging rapidly, and they were as heavy as mountains. They were dazzling and bright, and the entire sky was illuminated. They were no longer like stars, but more like scorching suns. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with shock. What kind of phenomenon was this? Every star was so terrifying. It was as if they could completely destroy the earth and possessed an incomparably majestic pressure. His mind was shaken, and his body was emitting crackling sounds. All the joints in his body were trembling as he endured the great pressure. These stars were separated by an infinite distance and had yet to truly press down, yet they were already so terrifying. It was truly unimaginable how powerful they were. When people discuss phenomena, they would always mention how powerful the phenomena created by the ancient powerhouses were. The Peacock King before me is a powerhouse in name and in reality. His phenomenon is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan was deeply shaken. The other party was obviously suppressing the power limitlessly. He clearly said that it was only a few dim stars, and he didn't even display the so-called clear sky, yet it was already so terrifying. Just how terrifying was the true stars illuminating the clear sky phenomenon? The stars in the sky trembled as Yi Fan walked on the ground with difficulty. His body rumbled like a tsunami, as if he was unwilling to be suppressed. Thunder and lightning interweaved, as if he had arrived at the beginning of the world. His sea of reincarnation flowed with a strange power. Yi Fan's heart throbbed. He finally understood that the sacred body of the ancients was extremely resistant to phenomena, and it would react when it was oppressed. Whether it was the previous rising moon from the sea or the current stars illuminating the clear sky, both made his body react and vibrate with an inexplicable force. Yi Fan moved forward under the starry sky. He walked forward step by step, leaving a series of deep footprints on the ground. The stars had yet to sink. Their brilliance flowed above them like the source of all things, or like the nebula of the universe. They surged towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. His head was facing the clear sky, and the ground beneath his feet was cracking. The bones in his body kept trembling like a sonorous symphony. Boom! With a violent tremor, Yi Fan found light in front of him as he walked out of the night. Looking back, the starry sky had disappeared. Only large cracks appeared on the ground, all of which were spread out from the footprints. Not bad. This physique lives up to its name. The Peacock King nodded. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he smiled approvingly. He has passed the test. You can let him go. As for me, kill me if you want. I'm not afraid. Ji Ziyue raised her head and stood tall. She had calmed down and no longer had any fear. Little girl, you do have some backbone. The Peacock King put his hands behind his back, and no expression could be seen on his delicate face. He said, "It would be a pity to kill you. It's rare for a physique like yours to appear. Killing you now is equivalent to exterminating you. Will you let me go if that's the case?" Ji Ziyue's big eyes flashed with a frightening light. She said, "The Peacock King is indeed broad-minded. As expected of a legendary senior. Ziyue expresses her gratitude here. Little girl, you really know how to take advantage of the situation. When did I say I would let you go?" The Peacock King revealed a faint smile. "You said it yourself that it would be a pity to kill me." Ji Ziyue muttered, but she didn't dare to grind her teeth. "Senior, it's not her fault. If you want to kill the Ji clan's supreme elder. What does a little girl like her know? There's no need to drag her into this." Yi Fan pleaded from the side. Do you think you're big? The Peacock King looked back at him, then looked at Jizue and said, I will let you live. But you have to leave with me. Don't return to the Ji clan. You can compliment the great emperor's descendant. Jizue was frightened. She had never thought of leaving with a monster. She said pitifully, No, I've never killed anyone, nor have I done anything bad. I haven't even stepped on an ant. Your Ji clan is too much. You killed my clansmen and chased after the great emperor's descendant. I have to teach them a lesson. If I take you away, I think they will definitely regret what they did. How is my brother Haoyue? You didn't kill him, right? Jizue asked nervously. His divine body is indeed extraordinary, but he can't escape. Don't kill brother Haoyue. He has a divine body. It would be a pity to kill him. Jizue begged. So what if he has a divine body? I heard that the old crazy man personally killed the Eastern Wasteland godly king who had cultivated to great success. My lifespan can't wait until then. I can only kill a divine body that hasn't fully grown to fulfill my wish. The Peacock King said indifferently. At the side, Yi Fan and Jizue were incomparably shocked. The old crazy man was too heaven-defying. Even the Eastern Wasteland godly king who had cultivated to great success was killed by him. This was really shocking. What happened to my brother? Jizue was very uneasy. My eldest disciple has already gone to capture him. I will wait for your Ji clan leader to save me. The Peacock King's tone was calm, but it shocked everyone. As expected from a monster race expert, he had such boldness. 800 years ago, he fought with the Alcade Saint Lord, and now he was going to fight the Ji clan's Saint Lord head-on. Just at that moment, the Peacock King looked towards the sky and said, Nangong Zheng, since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Flower petals danced in the sky, sparkling and translucent. A path made of fresh flowers rushed down from the sky, giving off a refreshing fragrance. The flower path blossomed and quickly arrived in front of them. There was a green-robed man standing on it. His eyes were like stars and his hair was as white as snow. He stood proudly and looked really handsome. The legendary human race expert, Nangong Zheng, cultivated the longevity technique. He lived in plants and ate fresh flowers to satisfy his hunger. He never left plants by his side. 800 years have passed and the Peacock King is still as elegant as ever. Back then, you fought against the heroes of the southern region and fought against the Alcade Saint Lord. Those shocking scenes are still in front of me. Nangong Zheng looked like he was in his 20s. He was tall and had a handsome appearance. His hair was as white as snow and he had a very special aura. What are you talking about? Nangong Zheng, do you want to interfere? The Peacock King stood with his hands behind his back. Peacock King, you are such a transcendent existence. Why don't you put it down and join hands with me to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace? There is no justice in this world. Jizue muttered softly. The Peacock King's magic power is monstrous and his roar shakes the mountains and rivers. Nangong Zheng treats plants as his friends and flowers as his companions, but he is so heroic. We should really capture them and make them sweep the floor, plant flowers, wash vegetables and cook. What kind of thoughts are in your head? Yi Fan stood beside her and couldn't help but knock her when he heard that. Chapter 152. Peacock King's eyes were clear like water, his hair soft, every strand light and agile. He was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, handsome and elegant. Joining hands to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace? Are we going to throw our lives away? I haven't lived long enough. Nangong Zheng's silver hair danced in the wind. He was tall and imposing as he stood in midair, enveloped by the rain of flowers. The plants around him were verdant and glistening, full of vitality. He said, Don't tell me you don't want to catch a glimpse of the opportunity to become an immortal? You've been in seclusion for 800 years. Don't tell me you didn't come out this time for it? The Peacock King sneered. Since ancient times, the Copper Palace has taken the lives of many peerless experts. I have never heard of anyone becoming an immortal through it. Rather than calling it an immortal palace, it's more like a tomb, a graveyard for the Eastern Baron experts. If you want to become an immortal, you naturally have a slim chance of surviving. Otherwise, why would the ancient sages sigh? Nangong said solemnly, "You and I will work together and enter the Bronze Immortal Palace. We will fight for a moment of life and death and fight for a lifetime of immortality. It is better than dying alone." The Peacock King stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "I roamed the world and pointed my sword at the Saint Master. I lived a happy life, so how could I be lonely? It doesn't matter even if I die. You have the spirit of a time when you were at the peak of your power, but you also have the sigh of the water flowing east. In the end, it's just a dream. Who will remember you after thousands of years? You're just a passing cloud and dust. If you don't become an immortal, you'll be nothing. What others think? What will happen 1,000 years from now? What does that have to do with me? I only know that what's in front of me is what's real. Seeking immortality is a lifetime of obsession, but in the end, it's all for naught. That's even more tragic." Nangong shook his head and said sternly, "Breaking away from the mortal body and living freely for eternity is our great wish. Why do you have to deceive yourself and others?" The Peacock King let out a long laugh that shook the heavens. "Let me ask you, since the ancient times, has there ever been an immortal in the Eastern Barren Land? Don't tell me that the whereabouts of the people recorded in the ancient books are too strange. Naturally, there are people who become immortals. Are the immortals that died in the ancient desolate tower not considered immortals?" Nangong's hair was as white as snow. He looked very handsome as he stood in the air. "Have you ever seen it with your own eyes?" the Peacock King asked. The Peacock King replied, "If one isn't an immortal, one can't be empty. All the same, I am a hero. I soar above the world. Why would I deceive myself?" Beside him, Yi Fan felt that the Peacock King was very carefree and did not care much about becoming an immortal. On the other hand, Nangong's every word was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary person, as expected of a great being of the human race. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes and muttered softly, "There's really no justice in this world. He's already a legendary figure with 100 years as a fraction and 1,000 years as a whole number. He's still so young and even more handsome than my brother. Nangong, you've said so much, but it's all empty words. Are you trying to interfere and stop me from doing things?" the Peacock King asked in a deep voice. "The master of the Ji clan once told me that if I met you by chance, no matter which of the siblings I saved, he or she would be sent to me as a disciple to inherit my legacy. I am about to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace, but I still don't have an inheritor. That is why I want to fulfill a cherished wish." Around Nangong, flowers bloomed one after another, making him look otherworldly. "Nangong, do you really want to make a move? You have to think carefully." The Peacock King's eyes turned sharp. A powerful aura surged up like a volcano, surging into the clouds. "Peacock King, as an old friend, I advise you to stop and search for the opportunity to become an immortal with me. Otherwise, you might end up in a dark state." Nangong persuaded. "How arrogant. Could it be that the Ji clan's holy leader is not far away and wants to suppress me with you?" The divine light in the Peacock King's eyes was oppressive. "He doesn't know you are here." Nangong paused for a moment and said, "Not only is the Ji clan's holy leader looking for you, the Alcade holy leader has also come out of seclusion. I expected it. Let's see what they can do to me. As a great being, if I don't stand up for them, I will be letting down the monster race." The Peacock King sneered, 800 years ago, I dominated the southern region. 800 years later, they still can't suppress me. A power that has been passed down from the primordial era has an unfathomable foundation. Someone might really jump out and suppress you personally, unless we dig up their ancestral graves and revive their deceased divine king." The Peacock King's eyes were as sharp as lightning. His temperament changed greatly. He said, "If you want to stop me, then speak with your strength." A rich and fragrant flower fragrance continuously wafted over. The entire sky was filled with fluttering flower petals, dazzling and dazzling. Nangong's appearance was dignified, as if he was a transcendent deity holding a flower. A towering ancient tree grew behind him, towering into the sky. "If that's the case, then sorry. We should have had a battle like this long ago." Although the Peacock King looked like a 16 or 17-year-old youth, he was like an unsheathed sword at this moment. His aura was oppressive, causing people's skin to hurt. His battle-intent soared into the sky. Swoosh! The Peacock King suddenly opened his heaven eye. A ray of divine light shot out from his forehead and rushed into Ji Ziyue's body. Ayaya, Peacock King, what are you doing? Ji Ziyue screamed. It's fine. He just left an imprint so that he can find you in the future. Now leave quickly. Nangong Zheng transmitted his voice to the two of them. Let's go. Yi Fan pulled Ji Ziyue and rushed into the sky. The battle between the two almighties would definitely cause the heavens and earth to shatter. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue flew very far away, but they could still feel the surging waves behind them. It was like a surging ocean, causing them to be deeply shocked. Looking back, Ji Ziyue opened her mouth in shock and said, Heavens, there are so many suns there. In the distant sky, there were many blazing suns hanging in the sky. They were extremely glaring. It was impossible to determine which was the real sun and which was created by the Almighties. There's another layer of blue sky. Right there, the sky was divided into two layers, similarly blue as if it was washed. This is stars illuminating the blue sky. The phenomenon of the Almighties, stars illuminating the blue sky, was actually like this. Every star was as blazing as the sun. It was truly shocking. Under the blue sky, the stars were as large as mountains. They were dazzling and the stars shook the sky. Suddenly, a huge ancient tree rose from the ground and towered into the sky, as if it was going to split the sky. It was unknown how huge the tree crown was, but it covered the sky and covered the earth. That's the legendary creation tree. Nangong Zheng actually manifested it. Ji Ziyue was very shocked. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The creation tree, whether it was on the other side of the starry sky or in this world, had endless legends. According to the ancient records, it was a kind of sacred tree worshipped by the ancient people. It was located at the center of the world and was the bridge that connected heaven, earth, and man. Manifesting such a phenomenon and using it to split the sky was naturally possible. Beside the ancient tree, there were many divine herbs and strange trees. They were all trembling, green, and glistening. They manifested endless vitality like a painting of rivers and mountains. This was an unknown phenomenon. As a human almighty, Nangong Zheng truly lived up to his reputation. It was shocking. Buzz! Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue felt a wave of dizziness. They were actually sent flying by a terrifying roar. The sky in the distance was hazy, and a different phenomenon appeared. Moreover, the two almighties rushed together and displayed their supreme secret arts. The real battle had begun. There are other phenomena. Ji Ziyue's eyes lit up. She wanted to continue watching, but she knew that escaping was the most important thing now. A battle between almighties was an incomparable battle. It was extremely rare to see. Yi Fan felt very regretful. He used a mysterious movement technique and did not look back. He pulled her and rushed down with all his might, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. They did not stop for even a moment. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they were hundreds of miles away. However, they still did not stop. They chose a direction and continued to escape. I really want to see the supreme divine might of the Peacock King's roar that moves rivers and mountains and plucks the stars and moon. Yi Fan muttered to himself. From Ji Ziyue's words, he could already feel the strength of this almighty. He really wanted to see that domineering style. Forget it. Ji Ziyue had a lingering fear in her heart. Even the legendary figures of the Ji clan were shattered by his roar. The might of the Peacock King still made her feel a chill when she thought about it. She said, I would like to see how heroic that white-haired man is. How lucky. The Peacock King appeared in this area and we even escaped. A cold voice came from ahead. On the mountain peak, a man in hemp clothes rushed up, holding a 5-story silver pagoda in his hand, blocking their path. At the same time, figures rose into the sky from all directions and appeared in all directions, blocking the two's path. Hiss! Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue sucked in a breath of cold air. There were a total of 6 extraordinary cultivators surrounding them. They were the people who had crossed the realm gate to kill them not long ago. Although their faces were shrouded in mist and they could not see their true appearances, they should be middle-aged men from their voices. They were all very difficult to deal with. The Phoenix Crown Lightning Bird did not take your lives. You are really lucky. Ji Ziyue mocked. Apart from the man in hemp clothes who held the silver pagoda, the other 5 were dressed in rags and their skin was burnt. Obviously, they had suffered a great loss. Kill them. The man in hemp clothes waved his hand and did not say anything else. He was very decisive. He wanted to get rid of the 2 here. Powerful ripples came from all directions as those people took out their weapons and unleashed secret arts to attack the 2 of them. Ji Ziyue's injuries had not recovered and she was still very weak. It was difficult for her to fight. Yi Fan relied on his speed to dodge left and right, quickly descending to the ground. The people in front of him were definitely beyond the Nirvana realm. He could not fight them head-on, so he could only choose to escape. Don't even think about escaping. Next year, I will burn some paper money for you. The man in hemp clothes attacked personally. The silver pagoda in his hand quickly enlarged and became misty. The 5-story ancient pagoda was comparable to a small mountain. Its power was terrifying as it pressed down. Ji Ziyue whispered in Yi Fan's ear, "Quickly transfer the divine power to me. I have a secret treasure in my body that can break out." Yi Fan did not say anything and directly transferred the divine power into her body. Ji Ziyue immediately became extremely holy and released a strange colorful light, actually resisting the pressure of the 5-story ancient pagoda. Swoosh! The next moment, the 2 of them were like floating light, like leaping shadows, constantly flashing, avoiding all kinds of secret techniques and rushing out. They were like a thread of lightning swimming in a thunderstorm, passing through the dark clouds. After a few flashes, they were about to break out of the encirclement. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound was heard. The man in hemp clothes spread his 5 fingers, which were as big as a small mountain. In an instant, he reached out, distorting the void. Yi Fan's expression changed. This person was extremely terrifying. Ji Ziyue's expression also changed. This man in hemp clothes was extremely terrifying and it seemed difficult to get rid of. She was a little anxious and transmitted her voice, "Listen up, brat. I will teach you the complete chant of the Great Void technique. Hide in the void." Chapter 153. The hand was like a prison locking down the space. This was a secret art. When the 5 fingers were opened, everything inside would be sealed. Dazzling light shone from Ji Ziyue's body once again. Her secret treasure was unfathomable, blocking the hand. The void trembled and the 5 fingers were unable to land. However, the other 5 surrounded them again, trapping them inside and suppressing them with all kinds of weapons. "Little brat, listen carefully," Ji Ziyue said telepathically. "To the extreme of the void, keep quiet." The Great Void Technique's incantation was not long. This was a supreme secret art, one of the essential arts recorded in the Void ancient scripture. Ji Ziyue's voice was very gentle, like a clear spring flowing into Yi Fan's heart. He listened attentively and studied it carefully, combining it with the previous incomplete incantation. The Void ancient scripture was an immortal book created by ancient sages who observed all things and captured the eternal and unchanging laws. Yi Fan was no stranger to its main idea. Reaching the extreme of the void and maintaining a deep tranquility was the foundation of the Void ancient scripture. He already knew a little about it. The Great Void technique was unfathomable and extremely profound. When cultivated to the extreme, one could travel through the void. Of course, the so-called traveling through the void had a limited distance. It could not truly travel infinitely through the void. Otherwise, what was the use of the domain gate? Even those who stood at the pinnacle and cultivated the Void ancient scripture could only travel a limited distance. However, in close combat, it was a trump card. When the Great Void technique was cultivated to the extreme, one would not be able to capture one's figure. Under normal circumstances, one would be able to take the initiative. Under such circumstances, Yi Fan had obtained the Great Void technique's incantation. It could be said to be a great harvest. Although he was talented, he was definitely not a genius who could look down on the past and present. It was impossible for him to comprehend it at a glance. After all, this was one of the most ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wilderness. There were several ancient scriptures in the Eastern Wilderness known as immortal books. They were naturally incomparably profound and unfathomable. Even if a powerful person cultivated them, they would not be able to master it immediately. There's no need to grasp it. You just need to turn into smoke and return to the void. I'll take control later and avoid their suppression. Gzus said telepathically. Gzus' secret treasure was indeed powerful, blocking all kinds of attacks. However, the hemp-clothed man was too terrifying. Every time he attacked, the space around him would become blurry, as if he had the ability to tear space apart. The situation was extremely bad. Yi Fan combined the incomplete Great Void method that he had cultivated before and displayed the secret method. His body suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and blurred, as if he was really going to merge with the void. Pass me some divine power. Let's cast the Great Void technique together. Gzus said softly. In the blink of an eye, the fingers of the two joined together to display the Great Void technique. Like black clouds, they became more and more indistinct. I'm going to activate the secret treasure. With its power, we'll hide in the void. Don't get distracted. You must constantly use the secret of the Great Void technique. Otherwise, you might die a horrible death. Gzus warned. Buzz. Space trembled and the two of them disappeared into thin air. Yi Fan was shocked. Gzus' secret treasure was too mysterious. It could actually push the Great Void technique to the limit and hide in the void. At this moment, he felt very strange. Around him was eternal darkness, boundless. Time seemed to have stopped. There was not a trace of sound. It was absolute emptiness and nothingness. Don't get distracted. You must use the secret of the Great Void technique. If something happens here, not even immortals can save you. Even without Gzus' reminder, Yi Fan felt a terrible tearing sensation when he was slightly distracted. His body was about to break. He quickly calmed his mind and silently used the Great Void technique. After the two disappeared, except for the man in linen, the other 5 were all shocked. They escaped through the void. What do we do? The Ji family's Great Void technique is indeed mysterious. It's indeed a supreme secret technique. Only the man in linen said calmly, "It's fine. They haven't cultivated it yet. They're just relying on the treasure to temporarily hide in the void. If they don't come out, there's nothing we can do." The man in linen said coldly, "They won't last long. We just need to wait patiently. Now spread out and surround the 4 sides. The Great Void technique can only travel a limited distance. They can't escape." In reality, it was just as he expected. The void was very dangerous. No one could stay here forever. Charge out. Then we'll keep going. As long as we can escape the encirclement, use the supreme secret technique that crazy old man taught you and escape. The next moment, Yi Fan and Gzus appeared in the world of light. However, the 4 sides were still sealed. They were still surrounded. "We're in big trouble." Gzus frowned and mumbled, "That man in linen understands the Great Void technique very well. He's definitely not an ordinary person." They hid in the void again. After doing this several times, they had used up a lot of divine power. "We can't go on like this. Otherwise, we'll become the beautiful Gzus in a jar," she muttered softly. If it was any other cultivator in this realm, they would have run out of divine power after using the Great Void technique like this. Only Yi Fan's physique was fine. His body was like a bottomless pit, but it could also gush out an endless source. "Why don't you keep going through the void?" The man in linen was cold. Even though he was mocking them, he gave off a stiff feeling. "Since you're not going to escape, I'll send you to heaven." Boom. Between heaven and earth, a silver pagoda shook. It was simple and grand, and there was actually a bit of Xianxia aura seeping out. It was obviously different from last time. At this moment, there was myriad source chi flowing. Gzus was shocked. "This is a great treasure." Yi Fan's expression changed too. A person who could use Xianxia to refine a weapon was definitely not an ordinary person. The silver ancient pagoda was like a huge mountain, pressing down. The sky was sealed and the ground was about to collapse. A huge devouring power circulated, trying to pull Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue into the pagoda. Ji Ziyue hurriedly transmitted her voice. You have a large amount of myriad source qi in your body. Let it vibrate and disturb this refined silver pagoda. This might be our chance. But Yi Fan agreed and silently activated the mantra recorded in the Tao scripture. He couldn't control the myriad source qi and couldn't mobilize it, but he could still make it vibrate in his body. He had given some to Ji Ziyue before, but a large amount of myriad source qi lingered around the green copper piece, growing endlessly as if it could regenerate. In the sea of reincarnation, the cauldron hadn't truly formed yet. The myriad source qi was hazy, swirling around the green copper piece. Boom! Yi Fan used all his strength and finally made the myriad source qi vibrate. The aura of creation circulated, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. As expected, the silver pagoda in the sky shook, as if it had fallen into a swamp. It paused for a moment and froze there. Go! Ji Ziyue erupted with a dazzling light. She activated her secret treasure and charged out like a beam of light. She completely broke free of the hemp-clothed man's restraints and the silver pagoda's shackles. The other 5 people's weapons also paused. They couldn't stop them in time and could only let them break out. Chase, don't let them go. They have treasures that cultivators dream of. The hemp-clothed man not only had a terrifying cultivation, but he was also very knowledgeable. He deduced that it was the myriad source qi that affected the silver pagoda. Moreover, there was a lot of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to cause such a terrifying outcome and cause his silver pagoda to temporarily lose control. Of course, he wouldn't think that it was the source of the myriad source qi. If he knew, he would definitely go crazy. Even so, he was extremely shocked. The myriad source qi was a legendary treasure and the 2 in front actually had a large amount of it. After breaking out of the encirclement, Yi Fan used his footwork and moved far away like a rainbow. Once Yi Fan was given a chance, he wouldn't be able to trap him again. The supreme secret technique passed down by Crazy Ol represented the pinnacle of speed. With a few flashes, the mountains and rivers moved backward continuously. After fleeing for 2 hours, they finally stopped and rested for a short while. Who wants to kill you? That hemp-clothed man with the silver pagoda obviously has a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he refine a weapon with Shen Huang? How would I know? Everyone is suspicious now. Even the Yaoguang's sacred ground might make a move. I can't trust any sect now. Ji Ziyue muttered softly. Her eyes darted around in thought. Yi Fan said solemnly, the hemp-clothed man isn't easy to deal with. It's hard to get rid of him completely. I'm guessing that they have a tracking technique. The one I'm most worried about is that hemp-clothed man. He's like a cold wooden man. I suspect that he's a puppet and someone left a mark on him. Ji Ziyue frowned and said, as for that silver pagoda, there's only a small amount of Shen Huang. It might have been temporarily created by someone. Doesn't that mean that there's an extraordinary person leading it? That's the worst-case scenario. If that's the case, when that person really appears, we won't have any chance at all. Even though Ji family was powerful and was the uncrowned king of this area, Ji Ziyue didn't dare to trust any of the surrounding sections. She could only rely on herself and escape towards Ji family. Little brat, are you thinking of abandoning me and running away by yourself? I will send you to a safe place and then leave. Go to my family. No one will make things difficult for you. I've even imparted the Great Void technique to you. If you sneak away, you'll know the consequences. She grinded her shiny canine teeth. After resting for a long time and recovering his energy, Yi Fan stood up and said, isn't your Ji family one of the strongest forces in Eastern Wilderness? Why haven't those legendary figures found you yet? The southern region is boundless. There are dozens of countries in this area alone. No matter how powerful our Ji family is, it's impossible to search every inch of land in each country. Moreover, no one knows where I escaped to. In the next 2 days, Yi Fan brought Ji Ziyue, who had yet to recover from her injuries, to move stealthily. They passed through several countries, hiding and moving in a roundabout manner. There were several times when people caught up to them and they narrowly escaped death. Clearly, there was a powerful force in the dark that wanted to kill Ji Ziyue. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many people to chase them all the way. They were constantly attacked along the way, but those people could always find them. Kid, run away by yourself. Don't worry about me. Seeing that Yi Fan was also seriously injured, Ji Ziyue tried to persuade him. You taught me the Great Void technique. If you just leave like this, I won't be able to rest easy. You've already saved my life with the mysterious spring water. We don't owe each other anything. Hurry up and leave. Ji Ziyue urged. I suspect that someone from the family is colluding with the outside. Otherwise, old Su would have found me. On the third day, Yi Fan had already traveled thousands of miles with Ji Ziyue. Even though Yi Fan's physique was extremely strong, he couldn't hold on any longer. They were chased again. There's a powerful force leading them. The people chasing us have average cultivation levels. They won't feel it's too much of a pity if they're silenced afterwards, Ji Ziyue speculated. That's too sinister. That's nothing. Ji Ziyue curled her lips and didn't say much. At noon on the third day, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were chased again. They used the Great Void technique, Crazy Ole's footwork, and the secret treasures on them to escape with difficulty. Great Void technique. In the distance, a figure flashed and someone exclaimed. The people of Ji family finally appeared. Although they weren't famous, they were just a group of young people. But they shocked the pursuers, making them feel fear and quickly retreat. Who's the young man with Miss Ziyue? How can he know the Great Void technique? Even we can't learn this supreme secret technique. Let's not talk about it. Hurry up and save Miss Ziyue. These young people rushed over and protected the pale Ji Ziyue in the center. Greetings, Miss Ziyue. These people bowed together. Ji Ziyue finally smiled. She knew she was safe and didn't have to risk her life to escape. Why do you know the Great Void technique? At the side, a few young people stared at Yi Fan with unfriendly expressions. This was the highest secret inheritance of Ji family. Even elite disciples like them didn't have the chance to learn it. Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes turned and she revealed a look of displeasure. Don't be rude. He traveled thousands of miles to escort me back. If not for him, I would have died outside. These people didn't dare to say anything else. Didn't you see his blood staining his clothes? Hurry up and get the medicine. Ji Ziyue's eyes shone. At this moment, Yi Fan was indeed heavily injured. He escorted Ji Ziyue for thousands of miles and was constantly chased. His body was covered in blood and half of his body was dyed red. I'm fine. There's no need to get the medicine. I've already escorted you here. Farewell. Yi Fan turned to leave. Don't go. Ji Ziyue stopped him. At the side, the young people immediately stepped forward and blocked Yi Fan's path. Ji Ziyue revealed a look of anger. What are you doing? She glanced at those people and stepped forward. She said softly to Yi Fan, You're heavily injured. It's dangerous to leave like this. Those people are nearby. Follow me. Yi Fan was in a dilemma. He definitely couldn't go to Ji family, but it was indeed dangerous to leave alone. He could only nod his head and heal his injuries before leaving. Miss Ziyue, old ancestor Ji Hui is ahead. A young man reported. Okay, I'll go see her. Ji Ziyue and Yi Fan walked side by side. Just 10 miles away, there was a small city. A very powerful expert of Ji family, Ji Hui, was in charge. She brought many people to this place and booked an entire inn. After Ji Hui received the news, she personally came out to welcome them. She was a white-haired old woman with a sharp gaze. Seeing that Ji Ziyue was safe and sound, she revealed a smile. She dotingly pulled Ji Ziyue and looked at her left and right. Good. It's good that you're back. With that said, she pulled Ji Ziyue and walked into the inn, ignoring Yi Fan. Grand, and he saved me. Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly and gestured for Yi Fan to step forward. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan bowed. Ji Hui nodded and put away her kind smile. Thank you for escorting Ziyue back. I won't let you bleed for nothing. I'll give you enough compensation. Yi Fan felt that although this old woman seemed to be thanking him, it was somewhat businesslike. There was no expression of gratitude to speak of. He suddenly thought that it was most likely those young disciples who reported him using the Great Void technique. Grandaunt, don't pull a long face. He traveled tens of thousands of miles to escort me back. Look, he's covered in blood and is seriously injured. Ji Ziyue was very sharp and naturally saw through Ji Hui's perfunctory words. It's not easy. This young hero, please come in. A smile appeared on Ji Hui's face as she said indifferently. Ji Ziyue sent a voice transmission to Yi Fan. Don't mind it. It is indeed a serious matter for me to impart the Great Void technique to you. I believe she will understand after I explain it to her. Yi Fan nodded and did not say anything. Ji Ziyue personally went forward and held Yi Fan's hand, leading him into the inn. At that moment, Yi Fan felt Ji Hui's expression darken. Following that, he heard a voice transmission, "Young man, don't be so close to Ziyue. You have to understand that the daughter of Ji family is like the divine moon that hangs high in the sky. I will compensate you for saving her and give you a generous reward. As for the rest, you know what to do." Chapter 154. Don't worry. There is nothing between me and her. Yi Fan transmitted his voice and only said that. It's best if there is nothing. Ji Hui did not say anything more and walked in first. After they sat down in the room, Ji Hui was very concerned about Ji Ziyue's encounters. She asked her about every detail seriously. The Peacock King is too arrogant. He wants to kill Hao Yue and even kidnap you. Seriously? Ji Hui's white hair fluttered as she said, "The clan head and the Wavering Light Holy Master have come out of closed-door cultivation to deal with him. Even if we cannot kill him this time, we will make him pay a huge price." The Peacock King had offended the Wavering Light Holy Land 800 years ago. Now, he made a move against the Ji clan. These two ancient factions were truly enraged. It was rare for the Holy Masters to work together. After that, Ji Ziyue went to wash up. She had been fleeing for her life, and her clothes were tattered. She was in a sorry state and needed to tidy up. "This young hero, what do you want? My Ji clan can compensate you." Ji Hui turned to look at Yi Fan. She had a calm expression and did not show any emotions. There was no so-called warmth or gratitude. This was just to tell him that the Ji clan was too high for him to reach. Even if he owed them a favor, he could use other methods to repay it. Yi Fan wished for this. He had never thought of entering the Ji clan. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would immediately leave. The Ji clan never owes anyone anything. No matter what kind of favor it is, we have the ability to repay it. Ji Hui was afraid that Yi Fan could not tell what she was implying. She continued, "What do you want? In this world, aside from the sun and moon, there is nothing that my Ji clan cannot take out. We will completely repay the favor." Thinking back to the warning not long ago, her meaning was very clear. She wanted Yi Fan to understand the difference between them and to leave as soon as possible after obtaining the item. Yi Fan felt somewhat disgusted. He had traveled for thousands of kilometers and was heavily injured. He had escorted Ji Ziyue back, yet the other party had such an attitude. He immediately said unkindly, "Actually, I have always wanted to see the legendary ancient desolate tower. Didn't you say that aside from the sun and moon, you can take out anything? In that case, take out the ancient desolate tower and let me see it," Yi Fan thought to himself. Ji Hui's expression froze. Then she revealed a faint smile. "Tell me, what do you want?" "I don't need anything. At most, I'll leave after a day." "Don't worry." Ji Hui's face sank and she said, "Young man, don't waste your time. We will repay kindness with kindness, and we will not owe favors." At this point, the old woman didn't have anything to hide. She was more or less a bit proud. She absolutely couldn't tolerate the pearl of the Ji family being too close to this young man. "You'd better make your choice as soon as possible, and then I'll send someone to send you away." Ji Hui seemed to have lost her patience. Yi Fan nodded and said, "All right." Ji Hui went straight to the point and said, "I'll give you a spiritual weapon from the demonic emperor's tomb. I think it should be enough to repay your kindness." Ji Hui's arrogance made it seem like Yi Fan had gained a great advantage by giving away the spiritual weapon. Yi Fan felt even more disgusted. He had once obtained 3 spiritual weapons. Although the heartless Taoist snatched them away, he had still obtained them. Since Senior insists on giving me something, then give me 80 to 100 origin stones or a few carts of spirit herbs. Since the other party was so cold, there was no need for Yi Fan to stand on ceremony. Talking about favors now would be a waste of money. He would have to face his own conscience and let down the kind intentions of others. You really dare to ask for such an exorbitant price? Ji Hui's expression froze. Then she nodded and said, since you don't want a spiritual weapon, then I'll give you an origin stone. Just one origin stone? Yi Fan cursed in his heart. She's too stingy. Ji Ren, bring him to collect the origin stone, Ji Hui instructed. An old steward in his 60s replied respectfully. He gestured to Yi Fan and led the way outside. They came to a courtyard where there was a sparkling jade carriage. It looked no more than 5 to 6 meters long, but it gave off a feeling of vastness. Yi Fan followed the old steward named Ji Ren and boarded the carriage. The moment he entered, he was a little surprised. The interior was extremely spacious and didn't look like a carriage at all. Instead, it looked more like a giant cave residence. The interior was warm and moist, flowing with brilliant colors, giving one a dreamlike feeling. This was a cave that was carved out of jade and refined into a carriage. It was extremely miraculous. Just this jade carriage alone is priceless. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even ordinary sects can't take out such wealth, Jiren said. Yi Fan understood now. Ji Hui asked the old steward to bring him here to warn him that the difference between the two was like heaven and earth and that he shouldn't have any thoughts about it. Jiren brought Yi Fan to a treasury. Inside, there were many colorful weapons. Some were filled with murderous intent, some were dazzling, and some were simple and old. Right now, this is the only origin stone, but it's enough to repay your kindness. Ji Ren's voice was calm and emotionless. He took out a jade box and handed it to Yi Fan. How was this repaying kindness? This was clearly a transaction. Even a steward acted like this. Yi Fan was unhappy, but he didn't want it right now. Otherwise, he might find trouble for himself. The moment he opened the jade box, a wave of pure life energy rushed out. An origin stone the size of a fist shone brightly and emitted colorful lights. There was a colorful mist flowing inside. Such a large origin stone was indeed very precious. It was also very pure without any impurities. It was definitely formed before the primordial era and contained a large amount of life energy. Even this cold old steward's eyes flashed with a strange light at this moment, as if he was somewhat moved. When Xiaochen returned to the hall, Ji Ziyue had already washed up and was chatting with Ji Hui. Ji Hui nodded at Yi Fan and did not say anything. Just at this moment, someone reported that Hua Yunfei of the Grand Xian sect was requesting an audience. It's this child. Quickly invite him in. Ji Hui revealed a smile. After a while, Hua Yunfei, dressed in blue, walked into the hall like a flowing cloud. He gave off a noble and otherworldly feeling as he bowed to Ji Hui. Good child, quickly get up. There is no need to do this. Ji Hui went forward with a smile and personally pulled him up. Yi Fan was speechless. Earlier, this old woman was expressionless to him, but after seeing Hua Yunfei, she was so warm. The difference between before and after was really huge. Ji Ziyue also revealed a strange expression and said, Grand, you know him? Ji Hui smiled and said, How can I not know him? My mother's surname is Hua. She is from the Grand Xian sect. Speaking of which, Yunfei is not an outsider. You should call him cousin. To hell with cousin? Ji Ziyue muttered softly. It was hard for others to hear her clearly. I was the one who arranged the match between your brother Hao Yue and Yunfei 2 years ago. At this point, Ji Hui seemed to be very happy and said, Both of them are absolute geniuses. Hao Yue has a divine body and Yunfei is very talented. He only lost in one move. Ji Ziyue muttered softly again. Child, what nonsense are you talking about? Ji Hui glared at her and then looked at Hua Yunfei and said, Yunfei, why are you here? The Peacock King made a move and shocked the southern region. Brother Hao Yue's fate is unknown. Miss Ziyue's whereabouts are also unknown. I wanted to do my part. After bringing people to this region, I heard that Senior was here, so I came to pay my respects. Hua Yunfei replied very calmly and said, "Congratulations on escaping danger, Miss Xiyue. Unfortunately, I still don't know who the real culprit is." Ji Xiyue muttered to herself. "Good child, this intention is really valuable." Ji Hui was full of smiles. She pulled Hua Yunfei's hand and said, "You can also call me Grandaunt like Xiyue. Don't be a stranger. It must have been hard on you. You came tens of thousands of miles to rescue me. It is really rare." Grandaunt. Ji Xiyue was a little dissatisfied. Yi Fan had traveled tens of thousands of miles to escort her back. He was heavily injured, but he was ignored. And Hua Yunfei had only rushed here and did not make a move. Yet Ji Hui was so friendly. She could not stand it anymore. "Don't worry. Our Ji family does not owe others favors. I have already given him sufficient compensation." Ji Hui turned around and replied with a calm expression. "Little brother Yi." Hua Yunfei revealed a look of surprise and said, "Why are you here too?" "I am going on a long journey and happen to pass by this place." Yi Fan replied. Hua Yunfei secretly transmitted his voice and said, "Little brother Yi, you left secretly. Are you trying to leave Taishan?" "No such thing. Your constitution is very special. If you stay in Taishan, you will definitely shine in the future. I believe the patriarch will do his best to nurture you." Hua Yunfei seemed to be trying to keep him. "I am just going out to train. Who knows, I might return to my peak one day." Yi Fan did not expect to meet the most outstanding disciple of Taishan here. Hua Yunfei nodded and did not say anything more. "Jiren, treat this young hero well. Do not neglect him." Ji Hui instructed the steward beside her. Then she pulled Ji Xiyue and Hua Yunfei up with a face full of smiles. "Let's go to the backyard. I have something to say to you." "Grandaunt." Ji Xiyue called out in dissatisfaction. But she could not struggle and was brought to the backyard by Ji Hui. "Damn you." Yi Fan only had these 4 words in his heart. "Little brother Yi, this way please." The old steward, Ji Ren, was expressionless. He made a welcoming gesture and said, "I have prepared a room for you. If you need anything, just let me know." "I don't need anything." After Yi Fan entered the room, he took out the holy jade bottle and drank a few mouthfuls of spring water. Then he started to activate his Xian technique. His body was special and his life force was strong. His body recovered very quickly. Even if he couldn't fully recover tomorrow, he could go on his way alone. Ji family experts rushed over from all over and gathered together. Ji Hui was completely at ease. Time passed quickly. On the second day, Yi Fan felt refreshed. As expected, he had mostly recovered and was about to leave. At this time, the people of Ji family were about to leave this place and head back. This time, Ji Xiyue did not stop him and sent him off personally. She sent him a voice transmission. "This matter is too big." Even the family head was alerted. "You have too many secrets on you. If you return to Ji family with me, he will most likely see through you. You saved my life, so I can't let you suffer. After thinking about it, I can only let you go." As she said this, Ji Xiyue secretly passed a jade pendant to Yi Fan and said, "This is a psychic jade. It can erase the marks left by others on your body. Little kid, you have to be careful." "Okay, we will meet again if fate allows it." Yi Fan waved his hand and rushed into the distance. "Let's go. Don't look anymore. He has already disappeared." Ji Hui walked forward and pulled Ji Xiyue's hand, urging her to board the carriage. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. He disappeared in an instant like a flash of light. He was prepared and didn't stop. He used Crazy Ole's footwork to the extreme. Only after 2 days did he relax. No one was following him. However, on the 5th day, trouble finally found him. He felt a strong killing intent. An old voice sounded in his ear. "Young man, you took away one more thing. Leave it here." In front of him, a familiar old man stood there, blocking his way. It was Ji Hui's old butler, Jiren. "What do you mean?" "The Great Void technique is not something you can learn." Jiren's body was hunched and his expression was cold. He stood there quietly with killing intent. "I saved your Ji family's pearl and you actually came to kill me. Is this how you repay your benefactor?" Yi Fan's expression was cold. The Great Void Technique is a supreme secret, one of the essence techniques of the Void ancient scripture. It cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Miss Ziyue is young and insensible. She passed it to you. I can only take it back. Ji Ren's killing intent was as cold as ice. Even if Alcade Saint got it, we would find a way to take it back. Not to mention you. You're really biting the hand that feeds you. Accept your fate. Ji Ren walked forward. Chapter 155. Ji Ren looked old, but when he moved, he was like a bolt of lightning, swift and fierce, directly pouncing over. Yi Fan used a mysterious movement technique and turned to run. This old steward was definitely not someone he could fight against. Ji Ren was extremely terrifying. With one step, he soared into the sky and stomped down, causing the sky to tremble. His figure was stooped, but at this moment he was shockingly powerful. His foot enlarged to several meters long and heavily stomped down. Bang! Yi Fan was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. The foot stomped on the ground, emitting a loud sound. Large cracks spread in all directions, completely shattering the ground. You can't leave. The old butler, Ji Ren, raised his palm and slammed it down. His palm, which was as large as a millstone, slammed down with a rumbling sound. You ingrate! Yi Fan clenched his teeth and changed direction, rushing out. Boom! The palm slammed into the void, causing the air to violently surge like a thunderstorm. Yi Fan was almost blown away. One could imagine how terrifying this old steward was. His palm slapped empty air, but it still had such terrifying power. I'll take care of your funeral. You old thing, your hair is about to fall out. You should make arrangements for your funeral. Yi Fan rushed into the distance. His speed could not be said to be slow, but he found that he could not escape from this area. There was a mysterious power circulating, causing the ground to flicker with light, obstructing his movement technique. Even though he rushed to the sky, he was still restricted by this place. This part of the world was like a cage, sealed by someone. He could not rush out at all. You can't leave. Old Steward Ji Ren's expression was cold. His body was stooped and he said, I will give you a quick death. Every year, I will burn some joss paper and sprinkle some wine for you. He used his finger as a blade and slashed downwards. A flame rushed out like a divine flame blade, shining brilliantly and enveloping the sky. The divine flame danced, incomparably scorching. Yi Fan rushed out in a split second, dodging the flaming saber that was slashing down. The scorching temperature immediately caused the area behind him to burn. In the blink of an eye, the ground was scorched. All the plants were turned into ashes. The red soil was scorched and turned into sparkling porcelain. Biting the hand that feeds you. Yi Fan clenched his teeth at Ji Ren, but he hated Ji Hui even more. You heartless old hag, don't let me escape or I'll make you pay. It's useless to say anything. You can only blame yourself for learning the secret skill recorded in the Void ancient scripture. Even the direct descendants of the Ji clan don't have the chance to learn it, let alone an insignificant outsider like you. Ji Ren stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers were like heavenly hooks, emitting a bluish-purple light. Thunder rumbled as he grabbed at Yi Fan's head. Gotcha! Several bolts of purple lightning coiled around his fingers like dragons and snakes, causing the void to distort and arrive in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used the Great Void technique and turned into a plume of black smoke, attacking in this space. Gotcha! The purple lightning was indeed extraordinary. The first strike created a huge hole in the ground. The hole was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. You really have mastered the Great Void technique. I can't let you live. Ji Ren's eyes were filled with coldness. Several bolts of lightning shot out from his hand at the same time. Dang! A deafening sound was heard. A bronze board appeared in Yi Fan's hand. It shook violently and absorbed all the lightning bolts. It was the bronze board of the Great Thunder Temple. This board was half broken and couldn't exert any power. However, after many studies, Yi Fan found out that it could absorb lightning and sound waves. This is not going to work. Yi Fan put away the bronze board. He felt that he was being too passive. To him, Ji Ren's cultivation was unfathomable and he couldn't fight him head-on. The old steward Ji Ren pressed down and said indifferently, "Young man, why do you have to do this? Struggling is useless. It will only bring you pain. I want to give you a quick death. Don't make a mistake." Although he spoke calmly, his steps were filled with killing intent. He opened his mouth and spat out a demonic cloud. It was like a tsunami in the sky, rumbling and rushing towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan was shocked. This old thing was too powerful. His breath was like thunder, vast and mighty like the sea. He shot up into the sky and said, "What did you do? How did you seal this space?" "I have a great treasure, the great overarching heaven net. It covers the entire world. You can't break it." Ji Ren's expression was indifferent. "How did you find me?" Yi Fan asked again. "Ladies US secretly gave you the jade pendant. We already found out. You think you can get rid of us just by erasing the mark? I followed you from the beginning. However, your speed is really too fast. I only found you again today. Good. I finally know your temperament. Ji Hui, you damned old hag. Ji Ren, you dog slave." Ji Ren attacked like a ghost and said coldly, "It's about time. You should be on your way." Boo. The sky trembled as a black hand appeared. Dark clouds rolled around it, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. It was the Ji clan's void palm. Ji Ren was the steward in name. He was only an old slave, yet he knew this secret technique. It was obvious that his status was not ordinary. The void palm was incomparably tyrannical and powerful. It was as black as ink and blotted out the sun. It heavily slammed down towards Yi Fan. It was too late for him to dodge. This was a supreme secret technique recorded in the void ancient scripture. It was extremely frightening. The black hand covered the sky and completely trapped him below. In your next life, join a normal family. Don't get involved in this kind of trouble. Old Steward Ji Ren's voice was not loud. It was emotionless and cold as it echoed in the sky. Yi Fan took out the purple bronze 8-trigram mirror. It emitted a beam of light that shone down on the palm in the sky. At the same time, he took out the heaven-gathering umbrella. However, the purple bronze 8-trigram mirror's light couldn't stop the void palm. Bang! The black palm covered the sky and heavily slammed down on the heaven-gathering umbrella. With a crack, cracks appeared on the surface of the umbrella. Yi Fan's body was flung away. Ji Ren didn't say anything else. He once again summoned the void palm and slammed it down on Yi Fan. The palm was like a dark cloud, emitting a terrifying vibration. It pressed down like a mountain. Bang! The heaven-gathering umbrella was powerful, but it couldn't stop the void palm. After another heavy slap, it broke into pieces. The heaven-gathering umbrella was broken. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked back dozens of meters. He sighed in his heart. The difference in strength was too great. Even a treasure like the heaven-gathering umbrella was broken. How could he fight? Buzz. The void trembled, and the huge black hand slammed down again, covering even the sun in the sky. A huge shadow covered the land below. Crack, crack. The palm hadn't really slammed down, but the ground under Yi Fan's feet couldn't bear the pressure and quickly cracked. One could imagine how terrifying the pressure was. Yi Fan took out the purple bronze 8-trigram mirror and quickly enlarged it. It was like a huge shield above his head. Clang. The ear-piercing sound of metal was so sharp that it made people's bodies tremble. It was as if a god was forging iron and metal was splitting the sky. The purple bronze 8-trigram mirror also cracked. It couldn't be saved. Yi Fan's heart ached. This was the weapon of the Jiang family elder. It could be considered a treasure. Although it was damaged in the desolate antiquity forbidden ground, it was still a powerful treasure. However, it couldn't stop the void palm. Clang. Another ear-piercing sound rang out, and the purple copper 8-trigrams mirror cracked. Then, with a crash, it exploded in the sky. Yi Fan was almost smashed into the ground. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the sky and said, "You old fart." 2 treasures were destroyed. Even if he took out the remaining pristine jade bottle, the result would still be the same. Put. Ji Ren stretched out his hand and sent Yi Fan flying. Although it wasn't the void palm, It was still extremely powerful. If Yi Fan didn't have a treasured body, he would have been smashed into pieces. Even so, he was still sent flying for dozens of meters. Bang! The huge palm reached out again and slapped towards Yi Fan. He couldn't dodge in time and his body was almost smashed into pieces. He struggled to stand up after a long time. Ji Ren stooped down and looked down expressionlessly. With an indifferent voice, he said, "Compared to the Ji family, you are too insignificant. What's the point of struggling in vain? Attacking you is no different from killing a chicken or a dog. You old fart, you are only a dog raised by others. Don't put on such a high and mighty attitude. Even if that damned old hag Ji Hui came, she is not worthy." Ji Ren didn't show any anger on his face. He said calmly, "Like a speck of dust, as weak as an ant. Originally, you wouldn't have anything to do with the Ji family. Unfortunately, your fate is not good enough. The Great Void spell is not something people like you can touch." Ji Ren was old and clumsy. It was as if he was looking down at an ant. "You old slave." Right at this moment, old manager Ji Ren descended from the sky and approached him. He said, "Before I kill you, I need to understand something. I need to extract your soul." Relying on his true battle power, Yi Fan had no chance at all. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. Plus, he didn't even know how powerful this old man was. Yi Fan was waiting for the chance to use his last trump card. After Ji Ren came closer, he felt that it was time to make his move. At that moment, a small golden lake suddenly appeared between Yi Fan's eyebrows. It was like a golden sun was fixed there. The small lake trembled. Divine splendor shone resplendently, and a dazzling beam of light rushed out, transforming into a sharp golden sword. It was as if it could hack apart the heavens. This was a powerful soul attack. After eating the golden fruit, Yi Fan's soul energy had reached an unimaginable level. It was so condensed that it could transform into a physical form. He had been studying this soul attack for more than a year. Gradually, it evolved into a powerful attack that specialized in attacking the opponent's mind. Ji Ren screamed. He held his head and fell to the ground. The powerful soul attack was effective in one strike. Before, old manager Ji Ren had been cold and emotionless. But now, his face was twisted as he screamed and struggled in pain. Yi Fan's bones were shaking. His skin was translucent and his divine power surged. His golden fist smashed forward. Bang! This punch directly hit the old steward's lower jaw, and with a crisp crack sound, his jawbone broke. "You old slave, aren't you high and mighty? I will send you straight to the 18th level of hell." Ji Ren was punched in the chin and sent flying into the air. Yi Fan leaned to the side and swung his leg like a whip. Pow! Yi Fan's right leg landed heavily on Ji Ren's chest and smashed him down from the air. Even though Ji Ren's cultivation was unfathomable, his physique was not comparable to a saint physique. His ribs broke and caved in. "You old slave, didn't you see me as an ant just now?" Yi Fan kicked again. Ji Ren's shoulder was crushed and he was sent flying. Yi Fan didn't wait for him to land. He chased after him in 7 steps and stomped down heavily. Bang! He stomped on Ji Ren, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. What's so great about the clan of the ancients? Sooner or later, I will pay a visit to the Ji clan. I will explore the Ji clan's holy land that you think is unreachable. That damned old hag, please live longer. Bang! Yi Fan kicked Ji Ren, who was rolling on the ground, into the air. Chapter 156. Bang! Yi Fan soared into the sky and swung his golden fist down, smashing almost all of Ji Ren's ribs. However, this old steward was unfathomable and had an unparalleled vitality. There was no sign of him dying. Instead, he was roaring and howling. Yi Fan charged down, using the 8 steps overtaking Cicada. He was extremely fast. Every step landed on Ji Ren's body, and every time it landed, there would be a crisp crack sound. After 8 steps, Ji Ren's bones were broken in dozens of places and his body was almost deformed. At the same time, he also fell to the ground. Yi Fan punched out one last time, and Ji Ren was sent flying like a rock. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. His methods were cruel, But Yi Fan had no mercy. In this dog-eat-dog relationship, if he was not ruthless, he would be killed. Ji Hui was determined to kill him. This old steward was here to carry out the death sentence, so he was calm and indifferent from beginning to end. He did not feel the slightest bit guilty about killing Ji Hui. Therefore, Yi Fan would not be affected by his emotions and would kill him without hesitation. Ah! Ji Ren screamed, but he was still not dead. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other party was too powerful. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have lost his life already. He could not see through the opponent's profound cultivation level. Yi Fan did not want any accidents to happen, so he directly took out the golden book. The scripture's carrier, the golden page, turned into a dazzling golden light and rushed forward. It was bright and sharp, cutting the void until it became blurry as if it was about to tear it apart. Although this scripture was not a real weapon, it was more durable than the Jiang Elder's 8 trigrams mirror and could submerge in the sea of bitterness. However, the mirror, the Heaven Luo umbrella, and the pristine jade vase could not. They were blocked by the green bronze block above the sea of bitterness. In a sense, this golden page was not a weapon, but it was better than one. The golden blade was extremely dazzling. The thin golden page was comparable to the sharpest weapon, and it slashed through. Ji Ren's head was chopped off. Blood spurted out of his body like a fountain. The blood splashed out 2 meters away, while the head flew a few meters away. In the cruel world of cultivators, once a fight broke out, one would either be killed or killed. There was no such thing as mercy. Yi Fan sighed. However, he was shocked to find that the headless body was still rolling, and the head was still trembling. The fact that Ji Ren was still alive caused Yi Fan's hair to stand on end. He once again took out the golden book. If such a terrifying character could survive, just the thought of it was terrifying. The golden book rushed into Ji Ren's sea of reincarnation and directly severed the source of his divine power, splitting open this secret realm. No matter how strong the other party was, he was no longer afraid. Chi! Yi Fan did not stop there. He took out the golden book and slashed it at the trembling head. As long as he could destroy it, Ji Ren would not be able to cause any more trouble. Buzz! However, right at this moment, something astonishing happened. Ji Ren's nearly bald hair suddenly emitted a 5-colored ray of light, which immediately blocked the golden book. It was a powerful divine power that sealed the space and kept the golden book out. Amidst the 5-colored light, a thin bone hairpin exuded a misty aura. It was actually this hairpin that was releasing a mysterious power that flowed towards Ji Ren's head. At the same time, the bone hairpin shattered, and a ray of light rushed out. Ji Hui's figure emerged and shouted, "What happened?" Yi Fan's scalp tingled. Although he wanted to kill this damned old woman right now, he understood the gap between them. The legendary elders of the Ji clan were like giants in front of him. "It's you!" Ji Hui's silhouette appeared, and she was extremely shocked. "How could Ji Ren be defeated by you? He was actually at the brink of life and death. The bone hairpin I gave him before he left was broken. How is this possible?" The famed old woman of the Ji clan, Ji Hui, had a look of disbelief on her face. This was too unexpected for her. It was like hearing about a lion being bitten to death by an ant. Yi Fan quickly calmed down. Without saying anything, he took out the golden book and slashed at Ji Hui. He knew that this wasn't the real legendary elder of the Ji clan. It was just a strand of imprint. He had to destroy them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the head might recover. This is too shocking. This is against common sense. Ji Hui was still in shock as the golden book slashed through her. However, Ji Hui was unharmed. She quickly merged back together and coldly said, "Brat, you're still too young. You can't even separate the spiritual imprint. You can't kill me." She then shouted, "Ji Ren, wake up." Swoosh! In between Yi Fan's eyebrows, the golden lake appeared again. A small golden sword flew out. It was formed by his powerful consciousness and slashed at Ji Hui. Knowing the opponent's condition, Yi Fan calmed down. Using his powerful consciousness to destroy the imprint was the most suitable method. Ji Hui's silhouette was furious. Everything was out of her expectation. Yi Fan's consciousness was so powerful that it didn't match his cultivation level at all. Swoosh! It was like a red-hot iron bar plunging into ice and snow, melting a large part of it. Ji Hui's imprint instantly became blurry, almost destroyed. Facing the real legendary elder of the Ji clan, Yi Fan had no chance. After all, he had only cultivated for 3 years. But this was only Ji Hui's imprint, not her real body. He began his massacre. "You damned old hag, I can't kill your real body, but can I kill your imprint?" Yi Fan was full of hatred towards this ruthless old hag. She repaid kindness with enmity and wanted to destroy his body and soul. Right now, she was the perfect punching bag. Ji Hui was furious after being insulted, but she also knew how terrifying the opponent's consciousness was. She soared into the sky and wanted to escape. Yi Fan wouldn't give her the chance. If this imprint returned to his real body, it would be hard for him to die in the future. The opponent would definitely torture him in every possible way. "Damned old hag, don't you like to chase and kill?" Yi Fan rushed up and shouted, "Today, I'll chase and kill for you to see." In the small golden lake, his divine sense materialized and shattered Ji Hui's arm. The divine consciousness sword chopped down and cut off Ji Hui's head. "Brat, you dare to humiliate me, damn you, you want to kill me?" Yi Fan rushed over and waved his golden palm. He directly slapped over and said, "Touch your dog head." Bang! The golden palm landed on Ji Hui's head. She was instantly scattered, but she quickly reassembled. Other than divine sense attacks, it was very difficult for other forces to destroy her. Ji Hui was infuriated. She had never been humiliated like this before. From between Yi Fan's brows, the golden divine consciousness rushed out again and penetrated Ji Hui's head. Then, a divine light shone in all directions and engulfed the area. He didn't have time to waste. First, he didn't want any accidents to happen. Second, he still had to deal with the half-dead Ji-Ren. Ji Hui's imprint let out an unwilling roar and shattered on the spot. It melted like a snowflake and completely disappeared from the world. Yi Fan dove down and took out the golden book, slashing at Ji-Ren again. At this moment, the head calmed down after being nourished by the mysterious light. Its eyes opened as it regained its consciousness. Its gaze was as cold as a knife as it glared at Yi Fan. "Old fart, you sure are lucky." Yi Fan activated the golden scripture and slashed forward. The surroundings were sealed. Only by killing the enemy in front of him could he escape this place. All the divine power contained in Ji Hui's imprint was transferred to Ji-Ren, waking him up completely. The head flew up and hid in the distance. Yi Fan wasn't afraid of the waves. He didn't chase after the head and attacked the headless body directly. However, something shocking happened. From the broken body, 5 figures rushed out and stood side by side, guarding the body. The first one was clad in black armor and held a giant sickle. Other than the cold light on the sickle, it was as black as ink. This person stood there like a god of death. The second one was clad in crimson armor and looked like a burning flame. In his hand, he held a blood-colored long blade that was dazzling. The third one was clad in azure armor and looked like the scales of an azure dragon. In his hand, he held a wolf fawn club. His aura was heavy. These 5 people were like 5 evil gods. They exuded a demonic aura and a mysterious power flowed around them. The hidden territory of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Fan instantly understood and sucked in a breath of cold air. It was said that cultivators in the secret realms could cultivate 5 gods and have all kinds of mysterious abilities. After cultivation, some strange things would happen. Although he had destroyed Ji-Ren's sea of reincarnation, the other side was still unharmed. The 5 evil gods had jumped out. The only fortunate thing was that the head couldn't merge with the body and couldn't control the 5 gods well. The secret realms are too mysterious. This kind of manifestation is just the tip of the iceberg, Yi Fan said to himself. There was no way back. He could only move forward. Yi Fan took out the golden book and activated the scripture at the same time. He mobilized the source qi in his body and prepared for the bloody battle. However, he was surprised to find that the 5 evil gods weren't as strong as he had imagined. There was a flash of golden light and one of them's arms was cut off. Ji Ren's angry roar came from the distance. He was desperate and unwilling. Ha! Yi Fan laughed and said, I understand now. Your head can't return and they can't use their power. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Fan rushed forward with large steps. He brandished his golden fist, and with a prung sound, an evil god was blasted apart. It turned into an expanse of dazzling multicolored light and disappeared. Ji Ren roared. Although he didn't have a body, his spiritual sense was even more terrifying. The world darkened, and a huge purple net appeared in the sky, covering everything. The overarching heaven net. Yi Fan was shocked. It was this net that trapped him and prevented him from leaving. Unexpectedly, the overarching heaven net didn't rush towards him. Instead, it wrapped around the head and rushed into the distance. The remaining 4 evil gods turned into 4 beams of light and rushed into the sky. This old bastard? Yi Fan rushed over, using his greatest strength to completely destroy his body. He waved the incomplete void palm imprint, slapping it towards the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The black hand covered the sky and smashed the 4 evil gods to pieces. He didn't dare to delay and rushed into the distance to chase after Ji Ren. Without a body, the head's divine power was limited. After all, the Sea of Reincarnation and the secret realm of the Dao Palace had been destroyed. Ji Ren was powerless and the overarching heaven net couldn't protect him. His speed gradually slowed down. Yi Fan cultivated the old crazy man's supreme secret technique and caught up in the blink of an eye. He knew that he couldn't let Ji Ren escape or there would be endless trouble. Old bastard, you don't have the divine power source and the 5 gods. How are you going to escape? Yi Fan was secretly glad that he had cut off the head first. Otherwise, if the other had connected with the body, he wouldn't have had a chance. However, it wasn't luck. He had created everything himself. His success in killing the enemy with his spiritual sense had already determined this result. Bang! Yi Fan waved his hand and slapped forward. Purple light flashed, and the overarching heaven net dissolved Yi Fan's attack, temporarily protecting the head. Unfortunately, the head was still a head after all. It had limited divine power, and if it continued to fly, it would soon be exhausted. It couldn't provide energy for the overarching heaven net, so there was no way to control it. Although the treasure was powerful, it needed divine power to activate and control it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be effective. Old man, thank you for giving me a treasure. Bang! Yi Fan's last attack finally crushed Ji Ren's head. The purple net floated down and was caught in his hand. It really is a great treasure. He felt Ji Hui's aura on it. It must have been given to him by Ji Hui, a famous figure of the Ji family. The net looked like it was made of interweaving starlight, sparkling and translucent. Encompassing the heavens and earth, it really is a spiritual item. Yi Fan felt that the overarching heaven net was much more powerful than the destroyed purple copper 8 trigram mirror and heaven net umbrella. There were faint patterns on it that were very mysterious. It seemed to be able to capture the sun, moon, and stars. He didn't stop. After erasing all traces of this place, he flew away as fast as lightning. He needed to avoid the limelight. If the famous figures of the Ji family found out, they would definitely be furious and wouldn't let him go. Chapter 157. Yi Fan knew that he had caused a great disaster. The southern region was extremely dangerous for him. The Ji family was huge and had many experts. They would not let him go just like that. This time, he had killed the old steward Ji Ren and destroyed Ji Hui's imprint. However, this didn't solve the problem. On the contrary, the Ji family would react even more violently. Hide. There was only one way. There was no other way. The Great Void technique was one of the essentials of the Void ancient scripture. The Ji family could not allow it to be leaked. Even if the Alcade Saint obtained it, the Ji family would find a way to take it back, let alone a small cultivator like Yi Fan. In these days, he had heard a lot of news. All of it shook the southern region. The battle between the Peacock King and Nangongjing had come to an end. The mountain range was scorched and became barren. However, The outside world did not know who was stronger and who was weaker. By the time people arrived, the two almighty beings had already disappeared. The Alcade Saint and the Ji family's saint went out together to search for the Peacock King in the southern region. They said they would kill the Peacock King. This caused a huge commotion, but they could not find any traces of him. The Bronze Palace was faintly discernible. It was about to sink into the eastern wasteland. But until now, no peerless experts had entered. The great figures were worried and were making their final preparations. It was said that the Ji family's Ji Haoyue was heavily injured and almost killed. His whereabouts were unknown and many people were secretly searching for him. In the heavenly Jade Holy Land, the only survivor was the mad old man. He had formed a cocoon in the great darkness and was sleeping. There were many experts guarding him, but when he broke out of the cocoon, no one noticed him. He had mysteriously disappeared, leaving everyone shocked. Undercurrents were surging in the southern domain. All of the great powers were sending out powerful experts to gather information. Yi Fan smiled wryly. Right now, there were two people in the most dangerous situation in the southern region. One was Ji Haoyue and the other was him. Ji Haoyue's divine body had just formed. He could be considered a strong cultivator. As long as he did not meet the Peacock King, he would have a way out. As for him, his divine body had not formed yet. If he was discovered, he would be in great danger. The southern region of the eastern wasteland was not peaceful at all. Something shocking could happen at any time. The Ji clan has been passed down since the antiquity era. If you want to kill me, don't blame me for being impolite. I will spread the Great Void technique to the world. I don't believe that you dare to kill the countless people of the southern region. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He was ready to fight to the death. That was because he clearly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere in the past 2 days. The legendary figures of the Ji family were searching for Ji Haoyue, but even more young experts had been mobilized. They were frantically searching for Ji Haoyue and were about to dig 3 feet into the ground. Of course, that was only the worst-case scenario. The southern territory was so vast that Yi Fan didn't believe that he could hide in a secluded corner of the mountain and still be discovered. For the past few days, he had been hiding in the wilderness, changing from one place to another. He was afraid that he had not completely shaken off his pursuers. This kind of life as a fugitive was not easy. They were always on guard, afraid that they would be discovered by the Ji family. It was not until the 7th day that Yi Fan finally stopped. He did not know where he was. He entered a deep mountain with ancient trees that covered the sun. He decided to quietly cultivate here and wait for the situation to completely calm down before leaving the southern region. It was too dangerous outside, so he could only hide for the time being. Yi Fan was ready to cultivate in peace and reach the realm of the shore as soon as possible. Right now, above his sea of sufferings, there was a divine pulse in the sky. It was crystal clear like a rainbow and was about to penetrate the sea of reincarnation. With the formation of the vein of heaven and the divine bridge in the sky, it was only a matter of time before he reached the realm of nirvana. What he needed now was accumulation. He had a pure source in his hand. It was the size of a fist and was overflowing with colors. However, Yi Fan did not intend to use it now. He wanted to save it for when he reached the nirvana realm. Such a large source contained unimaginable life essence. If it was before, it would be enough for him to advance to a realm. However, as Elder Wu Qingfeng had said, the further one cultivated, the harder it would be. Everything required 10 times the price of the beginning. This source could help him break through the realm. If he refined it when he reached the peak of the celestial bridge, he would definitely be able to enter the realm of nirvana. In the next few days, Yi Fan began to understand the various methods that he had cultivated. The Sea of Reincarnation volume of Taoist scripture was where his foundation lay. It was the source of his cultivation path. This method did not have any secret techniques or killing moves. It was completely about tapping into one's potential. Although there was no secret technique like the Great Technique of Void, it was respected as the strongest chapter to cultivate the Sea of Reincarnation for a reason. It emphasized on the foundation. Now, half of the words on the golden page had disappeared. Not much was left. Many of the star-like ancient words were completely obliterated. Vaguely, this matched with Yi Fan's realm. The words that disappeared were all parts that he had completely cultivated. He guessed that once he reached the realm of nirvana, there would be no more ancient words in this Taoist scripture. Other than the Golden Book, one of the 9 secrets, Crazy Ol's footwork, and the great technique of void were the 3 supreme secret techniques that he had mastered. In their respective fields, no other technique could surpass them. For a few days, Yi Fan kept trying to figure out the 3 secret techniques. He had mastered too few techniques. This was his ultimate technique to save his life. The tripod was still not formed. It needed time to be refined. However, it could be imagined that once the tripod was formed, it would be invincible. Yi Fan did not want to add a name to the tripod. He felt that the word tripod was enough to represent everything. The Xianxia tripod, the qi of myriad cauldron, were not as clear as that word. Yi Fan drank a lot of divine spring. He calmed his mind and cultivated. He comprehended a lot. The heavenly veins above the sea of reincarnation grew again. It was just around the corner to reach the mysterious realm of nirvana. On the 9th day, Yi Fan held the Bodhi bead in his hand. His mind was empty. His body was like a glass lamp, pure and translucent. He was in a wondrous realm. At this moment he was one with the rocks, the plants, and the deep mountains. His mind was at peace. He could hear the breathing of the plants and feel the pulse of the deep mountains. He seemed to be one with the heaven and earth. His consciousness took form. It was like a breeze or a cloud. He traveled through the deep mountains. His spirit seemed to have left his body. If there was a big shot here, he would be shocked. When a powerful cultivator reached the later stage, he would have to rely on comprehending Tao to increase his realm. Once he reached that level, no heavenly materials or earthly treasures would be of use. Yi Fan's realm was not high. However, he could stay in the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth and be ethereal for a long time. It was rare. Suddenly Yi Fan sensed danger. He was one with all things. His consciousness that was traveling in the deep mountains sensed danger. In almost an instant, he saw Ji Hui of the Ji clan. In an instant, his divine sense returned. He opened his eyes with a swoosh and stood up from the grass and trees. This old man, how did he find me? Yi Fan turned into a wisp of smoke. He traveled through the forest and quickly rushed into the distance. This kid's spiritual sense is so sharp. It is really strange, Ji Hui muttered to herself. She waved her hand and said, "Send a message. Surround him from all directions. We cannot let him escape." Yi Fan was prepared. He had carved many Tao patterns here. They were recorded in ancient beast skin books. He could not comprehend them and could only copy them. Now they were finally useful. He rushed out, but the people surrounding him were blocked. Insignificant tricks. Ji Hui shouted coldly. She waved her hand and with a rumble, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Rocks shot through the air. The area with the Tao patterns was erased by her divine power. Behind her, the sky was densely packed. In order to chase after Yi Fan and to take back the Great Void technique, they had mobilized a large number of cultivators. Ji Hui was not the only super expert. For a small cultivator like Yi Fan, there were actually several famous guests with similar statuses to Ji Hui. The Great Void technique must not be leaked. Yi Fan rushed out dozens of miles, but he was shocked. The speed he was so proud of couldn't shake off these elders. With their strength, their speed was naturally terrifying. "Young man, you have nowhere to go today. There is no way you can escape." Old woman Ji Hui's expression was cold as she transmitted her voice from behind. "How did you find me?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "Can my spiritual imprint be erased so easily?" Ji Hui's expression was unsightly. It was a humiliation for someone as powerful as her to have her spiritual imprint erased by a young man. She said coldly, "Even if Ziyue gave you the psychic jade, it doesn't mean you can't track me. You're audacious enough to take away my overarching heaven net." Yi Fan sighed. He already repeatedly refined the overarching heaven net, erasing all traces on its surface. Every strand of the net was sparkling like jade, already untainted by dust, untainted by divine senses, yet it was still found by the other party. The famous guests of the clan of the ancients were indeed unfathomable. They couldn't be measured with common sense. Yi Fan was like a stream of light, like lightning. The mountains and rivers retreated rapidly, but he still couldn't shake off Ji Hui and the others. The distance between them was actually shrinking. At this point he was truly at the end of the line. There was no way out. Yi Fan thought about it and could only gamble. He rushed out of the mountain range and flew towards a densely populated area. This was a powerful country in the southern region. The capital had a population of no less than 1 million. The city was huge and bustling, with people coming and going in an endless stream. Yi Fan rushed to the sky above the unknown capital city and stopped. He turned around and used his divine sense to communicate with the other four. If you dare to take one more step forward, I will spread the Great Void technique to the entire capital city and let millions of people know about it. Moreover, I'll rush to the next city and announce it to the world. The Great Void technique will no longer be a secret. I don't believe you'll dare to slaughter the entire southern region. Ji Hui's expression changed. The other three also stopped in their tracks. If the Great Void technique were to be known by everyone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Didn't your Ji family want to keep it a secret? I'll let the entire southern region know. Since I have no way out, why not help the cultivators of the world? Ji Hui's expression was as dark as water. The other three were also furious. They felt that the young man in front of them was truly difficult to deal with. They wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. Yi Fan looked at them coldly and shouted, "Scram! Scram immediately!" The Ji family, which had been passed down since the antiquity era, was extraordinary. No one dared to humiliate them, but a little cultivator dared to do so. The Ji family's legendary figures, especially Ji Hui, were livid. Veins popped on her forehead, but she held it in. At this moment, the other cultivators of the Ji family caught up. Most of them were young, and the sky was densely packed with people. "And all of you, scram as well," Yi Fan shouted. He had long been suppressing a bellyful of anger from being chased. There was nothing to worry about right now. He had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If he couldn't escape, then he'd fight to the death. His voice was like thunder. The entire city heard him clearly. There was no lack of cultivators below, and they all looked shocked. Aren't those the cultivators of the Ji family? Someone actually dares to speak to them like that. How incredible, comparable to the Peacock King. Who is that young man? He dared to tell the Ji family's legendary figures to scram and shocked everyone. No one dared to go forward. He's probably a powerful cultivator too. Yi Fan had always been unknown in this area, but from this day onward, he was destined to be known by everyone. He dared to challenge the authority of the Huanggu family and face the many cultivators of the Ji family alone. It was truly shocking. Didn't you hear what I said? All of you scram. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. You know what will happen. If people didn't fear death, they wouldn't be afraid of anything and wouldn't care about anything. Veins popped on the foreheads of the Ji family's legendary figures. Black mist curled around them, and their gazes were frightening. No one had ever dared to treat the cultivators from the Ji family like this. "Kill him. Ancestors, why won't you let us go?" The eyes of the young disciples of the Ji family almost popped out of their sockets. No matter where they went, they were seen as geniuses. Today, they were humiliated by a young man like this. They couldn't bear it at all. This was the first time Yi Fan became famous among the younger generation, but he did it in such a way. It was obvious that he would become the public enemy of the younger generation of the Ji family. "Yi Fan." Ji Hui slowly opened her mouth. She tried to make her voice as calm as possible. "Do you know what you are doing? Stupid old woman, shut your mouth. I have nothing to say to you. If you mention my name again, there's no turning back." Yi Fan threw caution to the wind. Now that he couldn't suppress these people, he didn't even have the slightest hope of living. Ji Hui's chest was heaving up and down. The veins on her neck were clearly visible. They were as thick as vines, and they were spasming and trembling. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone dared to treat her like this. Even someone as powerful as she, who had lived for so long, found it hard to swallow this anger. "Ancestor, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Let us go and kill him." The younger generation of the Ji family couldn't take it anymore. Their killing intent soared to the sky. I'm only going to say one last time. All of you, scram immediately. I'll only give you 10 breaths of time. Yi Fan swept his gaze forward. Someone from the younger generation of the Ji family let out a long roar, venting his anger. Below, the cultivators in the giant city were all dumbfounded. It was obvious that Yi Fan's name would spread throughout the southern domain and become the public enemy of the younger generation of the clan of the ancients. Ha! At this moment, someone laughed. A figure arrived in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. It was as if he had been standing in the sky above the giant city all this time and didn't just appear out of nowhere. It was a youth around 16 or 17 years old. He was delicate and handsome, with soft hair, clear eyes, and an otherworldly temperament. He was as fresh as snow on a flowering tree. It was the Peacock King. Well said. Did you hear that, people of the Ji family? Hurry up and scram. The Peacock King looked down on the southern domain. He was invincible and stood at the peak. His appearance caused everyone's expressions to change. Many people were trembling with fear. One had to know that the Peacock King's roar had directly shattered a legendary figure of the Ji family. He was unfathomably powerful. The Peacock King walked over and patted Yi Fan's shoulder. He looked as otherworldly as a lotus flower and didn't have the slightest bit of power or might. Everyone was shocked. What exactly was the relationship between Yi Fan and the Peacock King? Could it be that he had a great background? Chapter 158. The faces of the Ji clan were as ugly as they could be, especially Ji Hui. Her fingers hidden in her wide sleeves were trembling. Was there anyone in the southern region or the entire eastern barren territory who dared to yell at the Ji clan like this? It had been many years since anyone dared to do this. But a young man, only 14 or 15 years old, dared to yell at them like this. How could they endure this? Now, the Peacock King was here again. He stood next to the young man and said the same thing. This made everyone clench their fists. However, they couldn't do anything. The Peacock King was a powerful cultivator of the monster clan. If the Saint Lord of the Ji clan didn't come, who could fight against him? More importantly, if they forced Yi Fan into a corner, he would spread the Great Void technique across the world. That would be a disaster for the Ji clan. The Ji clan didn't know what to do. They were furious and didn't know what to do. Behind them, the young disciples of the Ji clan were even more furious. Yi Fan's face had been deeply imprinted in their hearts. He was now the #1 person on their must-kill list. He would become the public enemy of all the young disciples. Even though many of these young disciples were impulsive and hot-blooded, none of them dared to take even half a step out of line. It was completely silent. There were many cultivators in the city below. Some were just passing by and some were already here. Their mouths were dry. For so many years, the Ji clan had been high up in the clouds. People had to look up to them and no one dared to go against them. In the entire eastern barren territory, who dared to provoke them? Who dared to speak rudely? Which force dared to provoke them? But today they were treated like this. Everyone was shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. They all looked up at the sky. The Peacock King fought against the Alcade Saint 800 years ago. It's understandable that he dares to provoke the Ji clan. But what is the background of that young man named Yi Fan? How dare he do this? Also, the Ji clan seems to be afraid of him. Could it be that he has an extraordinary background? Someone dares to provoke the Ji clan again. I wonder if he can survive. In the past, there have been some arrogant people, but they all ended tragically. No one has been able to shake the sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients. If we take a step back and endure for a while, we might not be able to make it out alive. What do you know? A person like the Peacock King has always been the one to soar above the world. If he were to cower, then he wouldn't be the Peacock King. As for that young man, I'm afraid he's the same kind of person. Perhaps he's an almighty senior. At this moment, Yi Fan had become the center of attention. Not only was his name remembered, but his appearance was also deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. At this point, he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. After today, many people in the southern domain would know about him. At this time, he stood side by side with the Peacock King and was regarded as an equal by many people. Apart from the people of the Ji family, many cultivators who didn't know the details mistook him for an unknown powerhouse. "Why are you still here? Didn't you hear what I said?" The Peacock King's words were not harsh. Instead, they were calm and indifferent, but they caused people's hearts to palpitate. He had dominated the southern domain 800 years ago, so naturally he was even more frightening now. "Peacock King, you are an almighty senior. We know we are no match for you, but there's no need for you to be so arrogant." Ji Hui's face was ashen. She spoke slowly, but she didn't dare to say anything too extreme. Behind them, everyone was gritting their teeth. It was rare for a clan of the ancients to be so sullen when they set out. However, no one dared to act up. If they offended the person before them, it was very likely that they would all die. What was an almighty? With a flip of their hand, they could summon clouds and rain. With one hand, they could cover the sky and the earth. They could stand at the peak of the pyramid and look down on everything. Once they made a move, mountains and rivers would tremble. Ji Hui waved her hand behind her. Everyone slowly retreated. Then, filled with unwillingness and anger, they charged into the distance. "Take care. I won't send you off." Yi Fan transmitted his voice from afar. The great forces that had existed since the Antiquity era had existed for countless years. Being ordered to retreat by someone like this made everyone feel resentful, but they had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, there would only be one result waiting for them. They would all be slaughtered. If the Peacock King wanted to kill them, he would not show them any mercy. He didn't make a move right now because he had his reservations. If he started a massacre, he wouldn't care about the consequences. If that happened, all the demonic beasts in the southern domain would be in danger. The Ji clan would definitely do everything they could to wipe them out and turn this place into a river of blood. In the huge city below, everyone looked at each other. The Ji clan had retreated. Everything that happened today would definitely spread throughout the southern domain. "Not bad. You have some guts." The Peacock King turned around and looked at Yi Fan. He laughed out loud. Yi Fan found it hard to laugh. He had cut off all means of retreat and was ready to fight to the death for a chance of survival. However, the Peacock King had arrived. Even though he had resolved his current crisis, in the long run, his situation was not good. Remember that the Peacock King was an almighty of the demonic beasts. If he acted like this, not only the Ji clan, but even the wavering light Holy Land would not be kind to him. "Thank you for your help, senior." Yi Fan stepped forward and bowed. "It's nothing. Don't mention it." The Peacock King smiled and said, "I don't think you have anywhere else to go. Why don't you come with me?" At the moment, Yi Fan really had no other choice but to go with the Peacock King. Otherwise, if the Ji clan turned around and returned, the same mistake would happen again. 10,000 rays of multicolored light and 1,000 streaks of auspicious colors formed a misty path that quickly spread across the horizon. The Peacock King ascended it with him and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. After they left, the huge city below was in an uproar. Many cultivators flew into the sky. What had happened today was too shocking. In the distant sky, the Ji clan clenched their fists tightly. Some people roared to the sky to vent their anger. In the Xianxia mountain range of the Jin nation, there was a mountain range that had been scorched and barren. Not long ago, the Peacock King had fought Nangong in here, turning this place into a barren land. Yi Fan didn't expect that the Peacock King's place of seclusion was in the depths of the Xianxia mountain range. After leaving the scorched land, they traveled another 500 kilometers and arrived at their destination. In front of them, the mountain range was steep with strange peaks. However, it couldn't be considered beautiful. Many clouds and mist lingered in the air. There were many lakes, mountain streams, and waterfalls everywhere. Not far away, there was a low stone mountain. It was very inconspicuous and looked bare with only a few vines winding around it. The Peacock King reached out and pointed. Stars appeared in the sky. A blue sky pressed down and a gentle light flowed down. Suddenly, a door appeared on the stone mountain. Yi Fan walked forward and followed the Peacock King. They walked through a dark passage. Not long after, there was a bright light in front of them. The fresh scent of plants drifted along with the wind, and the melodious chirping of birds entered their ears. A completely different world. This was a picturesque world of fragrant flowers and chirping birds. The plants were verdant, the lakes were clear, and the rivers were like jade ribbons. In the distance, the mountain range was faintly discernible. This was a lively world. This was a space of its own, isolated from the outside world. It had a radius of 50 kilometers and everything was fresh and natural. Are you satisfied? The Peacock King asked with a smile. Senior's willingness to take me in is already a great kindness. I am very satisfied. This space was left behind by the ancient sages. When I found it, it was already badly damaged and on the verge of collapse. Later on, it was restored to this scale. The ability to create a space was astonishing. Yi Fan couldn't help but yearn for it. You can stay here for the time being. There are still some old friends here. After settling Yi Fan down, the Peacock King left this space, saying that he was going to pick up an old friend. This space was like a pure land. All kinds of animals were not startled by humans. The 5-colored deer walked leisurely on the fragrant grass, the red-crowned cranes circled above their heads, and a white rabbit actually scuttled into Yi Fan's bosom. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. His residence was very tranquil. The wooden house was natural and elegant with many vines winding around it. There were no tall plants in the surroundings, and the grass was verdant and smooth. In front of the wooden house, there was a lake. It was so clear that the bottom could be seen and it looked translucent. It could be said that the scenery was very beautiful and suitable for cultivation. Here, Yi Fan's heart was at peace and he felt the taste of nature. After being continuously pursued for days, Yi Fan came to such a peaceful and auspicious pure land. He felt that breaking through the realm here was just around the corner. Not long after, Yi Fan saw a familiar person. It was the demon race's beauty, Xianxia. It could be said that he had met an old friend. She was as sexy and charming as before. Her devilish figure rose and fell gracefully, and it was very tempting. I really didn't expect to meet you here. She smiled very sweetly, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows, sparkling and translucent. Yen Ryu was also here, but she was already in seclusion. Last time, they lost many people, and only a few elites escaped to this place. Qin Yao came closer and pinched Yi Fan's cheek. Her voice was magnetic as she said, "You really have guts to force out the demon god's sacred heart. How did you do it?" Yi Fan retorted without holding back. He lifted her chin and said, "It ran away on its own. What does it have to do with me?" "You little thing, you are full of secrets. How did you come here?" Qin Yao pushed his hand away and asked with a smile. "I was brought back by the Peacock King." Yi Fan didn't hide it. Not long after, Qin Yao left and only appeared again 3 days later. "Little thing, the disturbance you caused is really not small." Qin Yao brought a lot of news. As expected, the confrontation between Yi Fan and the Ji clan's legendary figures had spread in this area. Some people had already ranked him together with Ji Haoyue, Yao Guang Saintis, Hua Yunfei, Yen Ryu, and Li Yuyu. Although his cultivation and background were not clear, his reputation was definitely not weaker than those people. The confrontation with the Ji clan's powerful figures shocked many cultivators. After hearing these news, Yi Fan was speechless. He knew it was even more dangerous now. "I am really curious why the Ji clan mustered such a large force to hunt you down." No matter how Qin Yao asked, Yi Fan didn't say anything. He dodged everything and pushed the blame onto them. "Isn't it because I was with you last time and they hated me? Speaking of which, I am about to die because of you." Speaking of which, Yi Fan asked about Pang Bo's recent situation again. "Don't worry, he is not in any danger." Qin Yao didn't want to talk about this topic. For the past few days, Qin Yao appeared at the wooden house from time to time. Unfortunately, she didn't get any information. In this space, the night was not dark. It was hazy, as if moonlight was sprinkling down. Splash! Water splashed up. In the small lake in front of the wooden house, Qin Yao broke out of the water like a mermaid. Her black hair swayed and sparkling water droplets danced in the air. "What are you looking at, little brat?" Qin Yao laughed. Her skin was smooth like jade as she dared to provoke him in the water. Yi Fan sat on the shore and felt that it was very pleasing to the eye. He replied, "I am looking at an evil spirit bathing." Hee hee. Qin Yao laughed. Her beautiful body was faintly discernible in the water. She said, "According to reliable sources, you seem to have obtained a secret technique from the Ji clan. That is why they are chasing after you. Is that true?" Yi Fan was shocked. If the outside world knew about this, not only would he have to face the Ji clan's pursuit, the other major powers would also be eyeing him covetously. A seductive laughter traveled over. Qin Yao broke out of the water. The mist was hazy, and her pure white body could be faintly seen. With a turn, she quickly put on a dress and walked over on the water. She had the body of a devil, the face of an angel, the neck of a swan, the waist of a slender woman, and the legs of a jade. Her figure swayed gracefully, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, she could be said to be a stunner. Her shoulders were exposed, and her dress dragged on the floor. She was extremely alluring. Her arms were as white as snow, and they shone with a bewitching luster. Her body was faintly discernible as she walked over. "Are you still not going to tell me the truth?" She stretched out her jade-like arms and stretched out her slender fingers to support Yi Fan's chin. She licked her rosy lips, looking very sexy. Her voice was so soft that it made one's body go numb. "There is really nothing to say. You are thinking too much. Also, don't try to use honey traps on me. Otherwise, you will suffer a double loss and not get anything." Qin Yao's figure was tall, and her waist was slender. Her twin peaks were perky, and her jade-like legs were long and slender. She laughed and said, "What does a little thing like you know? Since you said it, then I have nothing to worry about. What do you want?" Qin Yao's large eyes flashed with light as she asked provocatively. As a modern person, Yi Fan was no longer a shy and pure young man. Since the other party was provoking him, he was naturally not afraid. He hugged Qin Yao's waist and felt her warmth. He was extremely aggressive and said, "In order to prove that I am a man and not a brat, I can only start a massacre today." Chapter 159. Qin Yao chuckled. Her voice was like the sound of a bell. She struggled slightly and broke away from Yi Fan's arm. However, she did not hide far away. Instead, she continued to extend her hand and lifted Yi Fan's chin. "Start a massacre?" Seeing her so daring, Yi Fan laughed. "If you are not afraid, what should I be afraid of? Little brat, you are too young." Qin Yao pinched his cheeks and smiled charmingly. "Seems like I really have to prove." Yi Fan pushed her hand away and walked forward. Qin Yao floated away. Her back was graceful and graceful. Her laughter echoed in the night sky. In the end, she escaped. She was not really that open. "Be careful, don't fall into the lake." Yi Fan laughed loudly. This seductress was indeed a beauty. She was very charming. She most likely wanted to get information from him and find out what secret art the Ji family had lost. Time passed quickly. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan cultivated in peace. The veins of heaven in his body became thicker and more crystalline. They turned into a divine bridge that stretched across the sea of bitterness. He felt that he was really close to the shore. Maybe in a few days he could use that source and enter the next realm in one go. During this process, his consciousness was sharp. His life essence was strong. His body climbed to its peak. Everything was going smoothly and developing in a good direction. Yen Ruyu had always been in seclusion. No one came to find him to nurture the demon emperor's sacred heart. They must have sensed something. The Peacock King's old friend had a great background. He was a powerful demon from the North region. He was called the Green Flood Dragon King. He crossed the void and came here. After entering this space, he had never shown himself. This made Yi Fan very excited. The other came from the North region. If he traveled with him when he returned, wouldn't all his problems be solved? He could not stay in the South region anymore. The best choice was to avoid the Ji family and go far away. The Green Flood Dragon King brought a lot of news about the North region. Although he did not show himself, the news had already spread. Currently, the Northern region wasn't calm either. Just last month, Someone saw moonlight above Origin ancient mine like water, converging into a river, flowing into the ancient mine. There were even people who swore that they saw inauspicious creatures with sinister appearances. They moved about Origin ancient mine's vicinity, making one's heart pound with fear. There were also people who said they'd personally seen humanoid life forms appear in the sky above Origin ancient mine, and they called upon the wind and rain, blotted out the sky, and caused the stars and moon to dim in comparison. The most shocking thing was that within Origin ancient mine's life-restricted region, there was a voice that sounded like the sounds of nature, making one feel intoxicated. Several people heard it with their own ears. As for what exactly was in Origin ancient mine, it had already been many years, so no one could say for sure. Perhaps only the Jiang family, Jade Lake Holy Land, and other great powers that had existed for a long time had some ancient records that could be inquired about. Over the past month, Qin Yao had appeared from time to time. Her words and actions were as bold as ever. She was the one who gave Yi Fan all the information. You're saying that the Green Flood Dragon King wants to invite the Peacock King to the northern region? Not bad. What is the matter? Yi Fan asked in confusion. I'm not sure either. However, recently, the Wavering Light Holy Land and the Ji family seem to be making preparations as well. They might send people over. Qin Yao didn't know the details either. Yi Fan revealed a thoughtful expression. Something was definitely going to happen in the northern region. How is the southern region right now? Yi Fan was quite concerned about the outside world. He wanted to know what the Ji family was doing. Even though the southern region is in turmoil, it's about to calm down. Ji Haoyue barely made it out alive, but he still managed to escape back to the Ji family. Qin Yao seemed to be quite regretful. The Peacock King's eldest disciple chased after Ji Haoyue for half a month. However, his divine body was still a divine body after all. He faced certain death situations several times, but he always resolved them and escaped. However, it also injured his vitality greatly. Without a year or two of time, he wouldn't be able to recover. Apart from this, the Wavering Light Holy Lord and the Ji family Holy Lord mobilized large forces to search for the Peacock King, wanting to kill him. Unfortunately, the Peacock King wasn't a hot-blooded youth. He ignored them, giving them strength, but they couldn't swing their fists. Of course, the most impactful thing was still the Bronze Immortal Palace. The mystic yellow Immortal Palace had sealed the palace door, and it was already slowly sinking into the ground. Many important figures had gathered there, but from start to finish, no one dared to rashly enter. The aura of the Bronze Immortal Palace could still be sensed. Those people were still pacing back and forth. Rumor has it that they want to lure out the crazy old man and have him lead the way. It's a pity that the crazy old man never showed up. Those big shots can't make up their minds. I'm sure that someone will enter in the end. Yi Fan said. If their lifespan hadn't reached its end, the peak figures wouldn't rashly enter. After all, since ancient times, the Bronze Immortal Palace had devoured many peerless experts. Those who had truly abandoned everything and dared to enter were all old figures who were about to pass away in meditation. At the crucial moment, they would definitely fight. The graveyard of the strong. Who knows how many heroes will fall? Qin Yao was also somewhat rueful. She knew that there would definitely be important figures of the monster race going there. Yi Fan's expression was a bit odd. He was the one who revealed the secret of the Bronze Immortal Palace. If there really were important figures who fell, it would be related to him. However, he didn't feel guilty. Everyone knew what kind of place the Bronze Immortal Palace was. Speaking of which, he had also given hope to those characters whose lifespan was about to end. Not long ago, the Peacock King fought against Nangong Zheng. Who was stronger and who was weaker? Yi Fan really wanted to know the result of that battle. It was only an intense battle for 2 hours. How could the victor be decided? They aren't mortal enemies, so there's no need to fight to the death. Qin Yao's bare feet stepped on the pebbles in the lake. A cool breeze blew over, and her dress fluttered in the wind, outlining her alluring figure. It was extremely alluring. Nangong Zheng must have gone to the Bronze Immortal Palace, right? Yi Fan asked. Yes. According to the Peacock King, Nangong Zheng only has less than 100 years left to live. He doesn't want to sit and wait for death. He wants to use his 100 years to fight for peace. Isn't it to fight for a lifetime of immortality? Yi Fan revealed a curious expression. Since ancient times, how many people have become immortals? The Peacock King said that Nangong Zheng wanted to calm his immortal heart and didn't want to wither away in the mortal world. Maybe he felt that only the Bronze Immortal Palace was the best place to bury his remains. Hearing this, Yi Fan sighed. To have cultivated to such a level yet to have such sorrow, it really made one sigh. Is the Ji clan still searching for my whereabouts? This was the question Yi Fan was most concerned about. No, everything is very quiet. Qin Yao shook her head. That's strange. Yi Fan didn't understand. You've been rescued by the demonic race. Even if they want to cause trouble for you, they'll have to go through the Peacock King first. Qin Yao smiled. Don't tell me you want them to keep searching for you? I just feel like they won't give up. Yi Fan had a bad feeling. Ji Ren once said that even if the Alcade Saint obtained the Great Void Technique, they would find a way to take it back. We are going to the North region. Do you want to come with us? Qin Yao's eyes glowed and her red lips shone. She looked very sexy and charming. She chuckled. If you want to prove that you are a man, if you want to start a massacre, you can go to the North region. In a few years, you will have grown up. I am a man now. Yi Fan asked in a serious tone, Are you sure that the Peacock King wants to go to the North region? He already promised the Blue Dragon King and has been preparing to open the gate. Qin Yao's expression turned serious. The Peacock King has a bad feeling. He feels like something big is about to happen and has decided to bring the descendants of the Great Emperor to the North region. Yi Fan was very excited. He was finally leaving the South region. He could finally get rid of all these troubles. Just then, the space shook violently and screams came from afar. What is going on? Yi Fan stood up. Bang! An even heavier sound rang out. This space had actually been torn apart by someone. In the sky, a huge crack extended far into the distance, and two figures descended like gods. Qin Yao's face turned pale. Those who dared to barge into the Peacock King's seclusion were not ordinary people. The two came together and it was easy to guess that they were two Saint Lords. The two were wrapped in a hazy light and their faces could not be seen clearly. They were like gods descending on the earth, making people feel fear and have the urge to kneel down. Alcade's Saint and the Ji clan's Saint. Yi Fan's expression changed. He guessed that it must be these two. Suddenly, battle cries shook the heavens. Countless figures appeared just outside the great crack, densely packed as they charged in. Alcade's Saint, Ji clan's old man, you finally came to find us. The Peacock King let out a loud roar and soared into the sky like an unsheathed sword, silencing all the shouts of war. Apart from the Alcade Saint Lord and the Ji family's Saint Lord, everyone else couldn't help but back off. Facing the supreme being who had shocked the entire southern region 800 years ago, they felt fear and were stunned by his terrifying aura. Peacock King, your cave is indeed well hidden. 800 years ago, I couldn't find it. Today, I finally got what I wanted and attacked. The Alcade Saint held his hands behind his back and a halo covered his body. He was like a god that people couldn't look at directly. Peacock King, you have provoked us again and again. Do you really think that you are invincible in the South region? The Ji clan's Saint stood high in the sky as if he was in the 9th layer of heaven. He looked down on the common people and said, Let's end this today. How majestic. It seems like you want to kill me here today? The Peacock King laughed and said, Man proposes but God disposes. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Do you think there is no one in the monster race? A shout sounded and the entire space shook. A middle-aged man with a majestic aura charged into the sky and stood shoulder to shoulder with the Peacock King. Who are you? The Alcade Saint asked. Green Serpent King. The green-clothed middle-aged man's voice was like thunder. Many people in the back took in a cold breath. The Green Serpent King wasn't unfamiliar to them. He was a powerhouse of the monster race in the North region. So what if I have one more person? Sacred Lord Yao Guang stepped forward, and 108 rings of light surrounded him. Each ring of light was crystal bright, and it was as if 108 great worlds were faintly discernible. Every step he took would cause the space around him to collapse. It was as if a god-king was patrolling the sky. The G-clan's Saint Lord had merged with the Tao of space. He was like a lonely universe or a boundless starry sky. He gave off the feeling of emptiness and eternity. It was as if he was standing in the starry sky of the ancient netherworld. Yi Fan felt that the situation wasn't good. He was filled with disgust towards these people. He had just settled down and his peaceful life was broken again. His future was unknown, and it was hard to predict whether he would live or die. The newcomers didn't come with good intentions. There were as many experts as the clouds. Apart from many famous figures, he actually saw the Alcade Saint, Hua Yunfei, Li Yuyu, and others. One could imagine how much power they had used. Even some young elites had come to fight. Chapter 160. What should we do? Two saints have come here together. There's no way this will end peacefully. Qin Yao was frowning, but she still had her own charm. The only thing she felt fortunate about was that the Green Dragon King was here. Otherwise, the Peacock King wouldn't be able to do anything alone. Qin Yao, hurry and leave or it'll be very dangerous, Yi Fan whispered. Come with me, Qin Yao urged. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave today. Even the Peacock King can't protect me. Yi Fan was very calm. There was no fear or panic. Since the Ji clan had said that even if the Wavering Light Saint obtained the Great Void technique, they would find a way to take it back, there was no reason for them to let him go. He would definitely be the main target of the search. Even the Ji clan's saint had appeared. The Peacock King couldn't protect him. Taking him away was equivalent to taking away a part of the ancient void technique. What secret technique did you learn from the Ji clan? Qin Yao asked. Don't ask. If you know too much, the Ji clan will also hunt you down. Go now or it'll be too late. Qin Yao grabbed his wrist and said, Let's go together. You don't have to do this. Yi Fan shook his head. You go first. I have my own plans. Seeing his firm refusal, Qin Yao turned around and looked at him. She smiled sweetly and said, You have to be careful. You must survive. If you want to go on a killing spree, you must grow up safely. More and more people appeared in this space. Not only the cultivators from the Ji clan and the Wavering Light Holy Land had arrived, but even the cultivators from the Taishan sect and the Shaoyao school had arrived. This was an unimaginably powerful force. The densely packed figures occupied more than half of the sky. They had come to surround and kill the Peacock King. If the Green Dragon King wasn't here, the Peacock King would probably have died. Even so, the situation was not good. The Ji clan's holy lord merged with the void. The silence was like the great Tao, the emptiness was like the universe. His voice seemed to come from the eternal unknown, ethereal and deep. Peacock King, before we end things, I want someone from you. Yi Fan didn't need to think to know that the Ji family's holy lord was talking about him. Just as he had expected, someone as powerful as the Ji family's sacred leader personally mentioned his name. If it was any other cultivator, they would definitely feel honored to be mentioned by such a powerful figure. However, Yi Fan didn't even have the mood to cry. This kind of naming was equivalent to killing. Are you sure you want me to hand over this youth? The Peacock King asked meaningfully. Of course. When the Ji family's sacred lord said these two words, his voice reverberated. In the depths of the space, many monster race cultivators couldn't stand still and almost fell to the ground. The Peacock King sneered as he scanned the crowd before him and said, Don't think that your Ji clan has so many experts that no one can compete with you. If you kill him, I dare say that there will be big trouble. As soon as he said that, not only were the people from the Ji clan shocked, even the other cultivators were shocked. Alarmist talk. In the distance, a legendary elder of the Ji family shouted in dissatisfaction. Yi Fan, come here. The Peacock King beckoned. Yi Fan could only rush into the sky and stand before the Peacock King. He didn't know what the Peacock King wanted to say. At this moment he felt countless murderous intents rushing at him. Most of them came from the Ji clan. The Peacock King laughed out loud and his words were shocking. He said, If you kill him, your so-called foundation may not work. Unless your Ji family has a divine king who didn't die and crawled out from his grave, or else, hee hee. Was there such a person in this world? Daring to fight against the Ji clan. No one believed it, because it was impossible to tell just how unfathomable the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family were. Yi Fan, show me your footwork. The Peacock King's handsome face carried a smile. Now, Yi Fan naturally knew what he should do. He had to use the tiger skin. Immediately, he left behind a series of afterimages in the sky as he displayed the footwork that the crazy Ol taught him. The saint of the Ji clan didn't say anything. He stood there quietly and didn't say anything. The saint of the Yaoguang Holy Land was surrounded by 108 rings of light. It was as if many worlds appeared around him. He was like a divine king as he calmly asked, "Young man, who taught you this footwork?" "Big brother Crazy Ol," Yi Fan answered calmly. Hearing this, the Peacock King almost stumbled. He cursed inside. This brat was too much. Even if he met the Crazy Ol, he had to respectfully call him senior. The saint of the Yaoguang Holy Land was surrounded by the rings of light and his face couldn't be seen. However, from his silence, one could guess that he was speechless. The saint of the Ji clan didn't react at all. He merged with the air and disappeared. "Who is this crazy old man you are talking about?" a Ji clan elder asked. "A crazy old man. People say he's lived for 6,000 years. Yi Fan calmed down completely and said, "My big brother is a bit pitiful. He's not in his right mind and often loses himself. Motherf asterisk cur." Even the Peacock King was speechless. This brat kept calling him big brother. How could others endure this? That was a legendary character from 6,000 years ago. "My big brother is sad. My big brother can't forget his past. My big brother, Yi Fan spoke to himself, not caring about the feelings of the others, his mouth full of nonsense. In the end, the Peacock King couldn't take it anymore. He sent a message to Yi Fan, "Brat, are you addicted? You keep calling him crazy old brother. I think many people want to strangle you to death. You're full of nonsense." A Ji clan elder couldn't help but scold, "Who is this crazy old man? You don't know your place. If you don't believe me, then I have no other choice." Yi Fan shrugged. He then used a mysterious footwork and retreated. This made people even more speechless. Yi Fan was using his actions to prove his relationship with the crazy old man. In fact, many people already knew that Yi Fan was related to the crazy old man. However, no one would believe that the crazy old man was his big brother. This brat was obviously talking nonsense. "Brat, don't think you're safe. The crazy old man is crazy. No one dares to provoke him in the open, but once things get chaotic, someone will definitely try to kill you." The Peacock King secretly transmitted his voice. Did the Ji clan really not know about this before? They had tried to kill you before, so they must have known. They didn't point it out because they wanted to pretend they didn't know. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had also guessed this. He was still in a dangerous situation. The only thing that reassured him was that the two Saint Lords wouldn't directly attack him. "Big brother crazy old man said that he will come to find me in the near future." Yi Fan said, "God damn it." Many people wanted to say these words to him. At this moment, Saint Alcade and the Ji clan's Saint Lord completely ignored him. They treated him like he didn't exist. The Ji clan's Saint Lord shouted, "Peacock King, you dare to provoke my Ji clan. Today, you won't be able to escape." At this point, he could only rely on his own strength. In the void, he simply and directly sent out a palm strike. With a loud rumble, the space created by the ancient sages cracked and was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the Alcade Saint stepped forward and shouted, "Peacock King, you escaped 800 years ago. Don't even think about leaving today." The Peacock King laughed, "I will soar above the world. Who can stop me? Who can stop me?" His black hair fluttered in the wind as he walked forward step by step. The union of man and nature emitted a strange pulse. Poof, poof. At this time, behind the two Saint Lords, people exploded and turned into mists of blood. They were all killed by the Peacock King's footsteps. Almost in the blink of an eye, over 100 cultivators were smashed into smithereens without even realizing it, leaving only a mist of blood floating in the air. The demon race's mighty figure's first appearance had stunned everyone. At the same time, the Green Serpent King and the Peacock King faced off against the two Saint Lords. Kill! Shouts shook the sky. The battle had completely erupted. Without a doubt, this was going to be a bloodbath. The Peacock King and the Green Serpent King didn't run away. They wanted to fight for a chance of survival for the Yao race cultivators here. After blocking the two Saint Lords, they would be surrounded by many famous figures. Yi Fan turned around and ran. Now that Big Brother Crazy Ol was useless, many people probably wanted to kill him during the chaotic battle. The only fortunate thing was that the two Saint Lords didn't personally take action. They let him leave the center of the area and didn't surround him. Yi Brat, stop right there. Behind him, several hundred people were chasing after Yi Fan. They were all young disciples of the Ji family. Last time, Yi Fan was fearless and shouted at the people of the Ji family to scram. Now, he had become the public enemy of all the young disciples of the Ji family. How could he fight against hundreds of people chasing after him? A mouthful of spit from each person was enough to bury him. Yi Fan ran away without a trace and couldn't fight them head-on. Yi Brat, don't run if you have the guts. F***CKU, don't chase me if you have the guts. Yi Fan replied without any change in expression and increased his speed. Little thief Yi, stop right there. I'll let you go 100 rounds and I'll still kill you. A female disciple of the Ji family shouted. Don't chase me, you're too ugly. I'm too lazy to fight with you. Yi Fan didn't forget to tease them as he ran. Some of the female disciples were furious, but they really couldn't catch up to Yi Fan. That mysterious movement technique was something they couldn't even hope to catch up to. Little thief Yi, you're the public enemy of the young generation of the Ji family. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we'll kill you. You guys haven't woken up yet? How dare you speak such nonsense? Hurry up and go back to sleep. After that, Yi Fan didn't dare to speak anymore. Those who shouted were all disciples of the Ji family who didn't have very high cultivation. He got rid of them all, but many people didn't say a word and actually chased after him. There were no less than 10 people. Ji Hui, you damned old hag, you're really like a ghost that won't go away. Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that Ji Hui and several other legendary experts had personally chased after him. Ji Hui's expression was ashen. She didn't say a word and chased after him relentlessly. Now that the Peacock King didn't stand out, she didn't believe that Yi Fan could still escape. A tender laughter came over like small pearls falling on a jade plate, crisp and pleasant to listen to. The voice was very delicate and gentle. Little Yi Fan, don't run anymore. Big sister will protect you. Yi Fan turned around and discovered a tall and extremely sexy girl with a blue moon above her head. Her jade-like feet stepped on 5-colored lightning as she chased after him unhurriedly. She wasn't any slower than the legendary experts. She wore a green dress and was extremely alluring. Her skin was tender and snow-white. Even though she was chasing after him, she was still extremely flirtatious. Her large eyes were like water, and she was extremely charming. Her pearly white teeth bit her red lips, adding a bit of charm to her appearance. Who are you? This servant is Ji by you. Her smile was very sweet and didn't contain any killing intent. F***CK, so it's you. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This sexy girl even dared to kill her own little sister. She was definitely a ruthless person. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that Hua Yunfei had also chased after him. He was like a nimble cloud as he floated over from behind. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, appearing otherworldly and noble. At the same time, he also discovered the Yao Guang Saintess. She was like a divine lotus that had just bloomed. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her jade-like body radiated a rosy glow. She had a beauty that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. Her white robe fluttered in the wind like a fairy flying down from the moon palace. Yao Guang Beauty, why are you chasing after me? The Yao Guang Saintess was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were filled with ripples as she smiled sweetly. All the flowers would lose their splendor. She transmitted her voice. Little brother Yi, why are you running? Come with me to the Yao Guang Holy Land. No one can do anything to you, not even the Ji clan.